Chapter 701. Ember speaks up in the silence of the lobby, still crossing his arms and looking up at the arrogant purple-horned demon that just accepted his duel without knowing the terms. How about we go all or nothing? You put up all the planets you've come to sell. Ember's gaze shifts to the black-horned demon. Then he holds up both of their escrow accounts. That means your planets too. He flips the holograms around for the demons and all spectators to see. 2,914 fifth-class worlds, 4,371.0 low-quality ether offer, 1.5 average per world, 821 fourth-class worlds, 7,389.0 low-quality ether offer, 9.0 average per world, 49 third-class worlds, 0.0 low-quality ether offer, 0.0 average per world. These are the offers made by the sales clerks earlier, already at market price. If purchased, the Ogre conglomeration wouldn't even be making a profit. It would be a break-even deal to appease the demons. He continues to speak. In exchange, I have the Ogre conglomeration put up the ether you've claimed your planets are worth. 5 ether each for the 5th class, 25 each for the 4th, and 200 each for the 3rd class worlds. A total of... He pauses as he mentally calculates the price, and the room sees how absurd their price difference is. 44,895 low-quality ether. That's a solid yearly quarter's worth of profits for this entire trade center. If you win our duel, this is the price we'll pay to purchase your worthless worlds. He looks Myron in the eyes, pulling a third escrow status device from the sales clerk's counter and draining company funds on hand to fill it up to the desired amount. Is this the kind of duel you're willing to accept? We have plenty of open rooms on our top floor to have the match right now. Myron laughs so loud that some of the nearby third-class clients fall to their knees, and even a few second-class ogres become lightheaded at the scene playing out. Randall and Syl come briskly walking over to stand behind Ember, and Syl whispers in his ear, "We cannot protect you in a duel, and our company funds." All of the sales reps look even more nervous than the customers in the lobby, but Ember murmurs back with a confident undertone. "You trust in Torvak, don't you? I was delegated to this position to bring you all out of the hole you're in. Don't worry. If I'm injured, you're not to blame." Myron finally looks down and speaks back after his arrogant laughs have finished. "Deal. Let's head up to the duel rooms right now. You stupid human. Now I can shatter that avatar of yours with no repercussions from the Overseer, and profit while doing so. You decided this fate for yourself." His laughs continue all the way up to the top floor, and crowds of people hear it echoing through the levels. Many customers nervously spread the word, some even leaving the shopping center, which only makes more people interested all over the Volterra district. A human challenged a demon to a duel. They're betting with the Ogre conglomeration's funds. A 5th class dares to step foot in this district? It's real at the Trade Palace. It's an open market. Their duels are visible to the public. Do you think this is related to the Citadel Lord's duel against the Blue Ogre leader last week?
No.
It's probably just a delusional human that ascended and believes they're an invincible god. Who cares? This is going to be a good one to watch. These whispers spread like wildfire all over the shopping district, prompting hundreds of thousands of interested lords to gather, packing the building. Security has to begin limiting the number of lords allowed on the top floor by the time the 2 demons, Ember, and 4 red ogres stand in front of one of the dueling rooms Ember passed by when he first entered the building. The 2 sales workers from the bottom floor hold the worlds in ether, typing on a control panel at the front of the dueling room. Ember stands between his bodyguards while the 2 demons stare down at them. Myron can't help but continue laughing and spewing insults, while his more logical counterpart quietly assesses the situation. Over 10,000 spectators are watching them on this massive floor alone, and hundreds of thousands await the duel's live feed to update on the lower floors so they can see what's going on. As it is, none of this makes any sense, and despite Myron's lack of critical thinking, he is more adept in every way than this small, feeble human before him. Ember speaks up again in a confident voice directed at Myron. but Leonard inwardly flinches at the possible implications. Shall we set some ground rules? Fighting a basic avatar like mine with your premium skin would be unfair, don't you think? Myron smirks and looks down, crossing his arms to mimic Ember's stance. What? You trying to back out now? We already have half the district watching. Are you saying the ogre conglomeration hires managers who go back on their word once the stakes are high? He laughs while Leonard lets out a sigh, beginning to believe he might just be overly cautious. Ember shakes his head and smirks back. No, of course not. If anything, this shows that even the first-class Vermilion demons are willing to pick on fifth-class basic avatar prey because that's all they're good for. Even their noble Citadel Lord picks on the second and first-class lords below him. Surely the other four great families don't stoop this low to build their fortunes. He pauses while the crowd gasps at his words but continues as Myron begins to boil with rage. Then again, you're right. I'm just a human. I couldn't have been there when your family was established in this realm. You must have all fought with nobility and pride back then, and now you just pick on the weak for fun. That must be it. Myron erupts with a demonic presence filled with white wisps of ether. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Do not drag our family name with false allegations just because you want to save your own life and company's fortune. Ember shrugs, even as second-class lords fall to their knees around them, and replies while the demon gets close to his face. I never said I wanted to drop out of the duel. I just believe we should fight on more equal footing. It would be a proper duel and prove to all watching that you're not just picking on a weak human with a lower-grade avatar. There are loud dings that echo through the room as the sales workers link the escrow accounts to the dueling room, showing the pool of thousands of worlds and ether floating together. All that's left is for the two competitors to scan their status in and choose the duel settings. Ember points to the large holographic sensor in front of the 50-meter-tall dueling room doors. Let's forget about our physical forms. We can just buy new avatars if they're crushed. Reaction speed and physical power are all a matter of how much you can purchase. A true lord's strength is shown through their mind, right? Both demons' eyes widen as they realize what this human is proposing. Myron replies, You want to do a mental pressure duel? No avatar damage allowed? Just when I thought a human couldn't become any dumber. You! He laughs so loudly. The room feels like it's shaking as he walks over to the scanning panel and continues, Deal. Bring it on. Easiest ether I'll ever make. And you'll be lucky if you can recover from this in your entire measly lifetime. The doors open with another ding as Myron selects his challenge details and walks through. Not another word is said in the entire room as Ember walks in after him, standing still while the scanner ripples through him with an intense green divine light. Questions ring in his ears that he mentally answers to confirm all his challenge settings match what his opponent has chosen. Another loud chime echoes through the room as Ember walks forward into the open doors. Duel initiated. Full palace visual access available. Echoes through the shopping center systems, and a crystal-clear holographic display of the massive white room the two stand in is now transmitted to the center of every floor of the building. Duels are initiated here a few times a day, usually to settle small price disputes. The option to open up the spectator view is available on every floor, but it usually doesn't draw such a crowd. Avatars in the upper realm are costly, but for wealthy lords, especially those who spend their time in World Trade Centers like this one, even a premium avatar could be just a fraction of the cost of an entire trade deal. They only cost a few dozen low-quality ether. Even some third-class lords can afford premium avatars if they work for a few decades, or drain enough of their home planet's resources. So, a battle to the death over a few hundred ether is common. After the duel, any damage dealt can be fixed by purchasing another premium avatar. However, mental duels are a taboo that have aged out of style long ago. It is known that this is just a cruel way to torture a weaker opponent and might as well be akin to fighting in the lower realm with such crude tactics. Unlike physical avatar replacements, one can't simply replace a mind that is bound to a soul. Ember stands at the back of his side of the room, still keeping his arms crossed and looking up at the demon about 200 meters away while it speaks to the crowd watching them. This is what you get when you go against the Vermilion family. This human challenged us on behalf of the ogre conglomeration. I've been gracious enough to offer an avatar duel, but he insists on a battle of the mind. Misinformation is not tolerated, and the stupidity of humans will be shown again today. Please, everyone, enjoy the show. While all the lords piling into the shopping center would love to see their oppressors get crushed, they know that won't happen. It is clear as day that the odds are well stacked against this human. Even the distribution of prizes floating above the hologram is clearly unbalanced. Everyone can sift through the planets up for bid and see that anything of value has already been drained from these worlds. It's clear this is a public humiliation, just to rub it in the district's face after their blue ogre leader was beaten badly last week. Yet no one can look away. The red-haired human watches the demon with indifferent eyes, withstanding its pressure while it rants and flings insults his way. A system's voice rings through the competitor's ears, audible to the entire World Trading Center as well. 60-second duel, unlimited rounds, mental battle. Round 1 will begin in 10, 9, 8. The room erupts into even more conversation, and the demon continues yelling insults, ignoring the human below him and speaking directly to the crowd. You will all witness what life will be like under our new rule. All of you lower life forms believe you're special, outliers in our society of lords. You are merely inferior beings. Just a single-digit number of demons is powerful enough to control billions on this citadel. It laughs louder as Ember stares forward with a bored look, and the counter keeps dropping. Outside the dueling area's doors, Leonard stares at the hologram with a clenched jaw but an outwardly indifferent expression. All his logical senses tell him this will be a blowout. There's no way this human can win. This is just another day in the life, gaining resources and controlling the masses. There is still a fraction of doubt that lingers in his mind, but Myron is a battle-hungry first-class demon. His mental resilience can even stand up against noble demons for a few minutes in practice spars. No matter how strong this human's trump card may be, it won't matter. Even the sales workers know this much ether lost will be a big hit to their company branch. An even bigger hit will be psychological once the public sees their defiance against the Citadel Lord's men. All the workers are sweating, trying to keep the public from going too crazy. The two taking it the worst stand less than 20 meters away from Leonard. Randall and Syl both look so pale they're almost pink. Despite Ember's words about trusting in Torvak's choices, they can't bear to watch the client they've been tasked to protect be mentally tortured in front of their entire company. It will surely damage their reputation as bodyguards, but challenging the demons to stop this is out of the realm of possibilities. 3, 2, 1, 0. At the end of the countdown, the entire shopping center goes quiet, waiting to see how fast this human will fall on his face with a mutilated mind. Round 1 of the duel now begins. You have 60 seconds. This is all the system says before Myron lets out a murderous roar, taking the opportunity to show off by unsealing his first-class bloodline and growing his avatar to over 100 meters in height. His eyes burst with white light, and all the stored ether within his body begins to ripple out in waves. Any physical use of mana, demonic energy, chi, or even divine threads are physical forces that can damage an avatar. Pure ether, however, can be limited by using the avatar system to only target a user's mind and soul. The first to give up or become unable to select yes to move on to the next round will be declared the loser. Waves of ether blast through the room, their physical manifestations displayed holographically so the crowds can visualize what is happening before them. Ember doesn't move, arms crossed, breathing steady, and eyes locked on the massive demon. He takes the attack head-on. From the depths of his mind, he summons ether that has been lying stagnant and used for millennia, and not even properly filtered to be used in this body and era of reincarnation. Even so, just trace amounts are more than enough to open storage portals, heal incurable wounds, and brace for mental attacks in the lower realm that shouldn't be possible to block. Some latent essence is summoned to shield his conscious mind from the barrage of pure filtered upper realm ether attacking his psyche. The dense, warm pressure covers his mind and holds his soul tight, while his indifferent expression to the outside world causes the crowds to break their silence and begin erupting with cheers and yells throughout the entire shopping center. After just a few seconds, the fact that the human's eyes haven't glossed over or his avatar fallen to the floor infuriates the demon even more. Not possible. This must be a rigged dueling room. It yells and continues, letting out immense amounts of mental pressure, while Leonard watches the hologram show the building pressure inside Ember's head, visualizing for the outside world how much force he is withstanding. Once the pressure readings shift from defense to offense, Leonard's eyes widen further as he realizes his intuition was correct all along. He shouts words, "Forfeit! Leave the duel now!" But they go unheard within the chamber. By the time it's too late, the pressure within Ember erupts in a single, focused beam. The instant it collides with the unsealed demon's forehead, it's as if his mind is placed on pause. A mental flash of blinding white light and overwhelming ringing washes over his conscious mind. There isn't even time to react or brace for impact. The demon's mind simply stops processing thoughts, and its avatar falls backward, slamming rigidly against the back wall of the dueling room before tumbling to the floor. As visuals of the demon's aura of mental pressure cease, and Ember's attack proves far too fast for many to track, Ember still doesn't budge. He watches the demon fall to the floor while the timer for the round continues to count down. Chapter 702. Less than 10 seconds have passed since the first round's timer began counting down, but an unsealed first-class demon now lies unconscious on the dueling room floor while a human stares forward with an unchanged expression. The entirety of the trading center's uproar and cheers that started when the match began ceases. Just like the tension before this duel began, the unease has returned. It doesn't make any sense. A fifth-class human defeating a first-class demon in one attack, and it being a mental duel. It is common knowledge that demons are the most resilient, both in physical strength and mental fortitude, in the upper realm. Unlike other races, who allow anyone capable of ascending to claim their worlds and come to the upper realm, demons are far different. The only way to ascend is to join one of the 5 great families and use their thrones. Demons notoriously hoard high-grade worlds and discard low-grade and drained worlds to everyone else. The same goes for their kin. Only the strongest, the top of their era in the lower realm, are allowed to ascend. With this being said, all demons that ascend are capable of controlling the masses with no equals in their world classes. What has occurred in front of everyone today is an impossible feat, and only a select few scattered among the crowd in the trading palace truly witnessed what happened. The first-class demon, Leonard, is one of these few as he whispers under his breath, "That technique, I've only seen the family head's avatar use it. How could a human be granted access to a command like that, and with a basic-grade avatar?" This demon is shocked, as even their premium-grade avatars don't allow them to concentrate their ether so finely, with such speed and accuracy, as he just witnessed. A few very skilled second-class beings in the crowd understand the significance of what just occurred but keep their mouths shut as they haven't seen attacks like that used in tens of thousands of years. The rest of the lords who fill the building are oblivious, and after a few seconds of silence, they start cheering and roaring with excitement again. No way! The human won! It must have been rigged. The ogre conglomeration wanted payback and set a trap. These dueling rooms are inspected and maintained by the Citadel Lord. There's no way it would be rigged. Then how? You don't think this demon betrayed the Citadel Lord? Maybe this human is just a hidden master in a counterfeit avatar. Yeah, maybe that's it. No way. Look at the dueling room statistics. All of the visual data is here for anyone to scan. He's really a fifth-class human. Then what happened? Are demons not as strong as we thought? Who cares? That was awesome. True. To be honest, humans never come around this district. I haven't seen one in decades. Maybe they're the ones we're underestimating. This might be the only time we can publicly root against the demons. Let's make the best of it. Humans.
Humans. Humans.
Everyone begins spewing their theories and showing their anger or excitement in all kinds of ways. The entire shopping center vibrates with the sheer amount of beings hopping about while the timer on the dueling chamber continues counting down. The demon's unsealed greater form shrinks in size back to its base avatar form. All that is left to be seen are the demon's blank eyes and open mouth staring up at the ceiling as the time passes. Randall and Syl are most shocked, as they thought they would have to lie low for a few hundred years before getting any solid employment again. But now things seem to be very different. More lords are still flying in ether orbs from around the district as they hear the news from friends or business partners. But the security outside won't let any more in. They're at maximum capacity. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Even if they were let in, all of the action is already over. The timer ticks all the way down to 0, and notifications ring in both duelers' inner ears. Ember doesn't budge but mentally accepts to continue on to the next round, while his opponent is in no state to do so. Another 10-second timer counts down to 0, and a loud ding chimes throughout all the floors of the shopping center. Duel complete. Winner takes all. Visuals of the 3,784 planets and 44,895 low-quality ether are displayed in all their glory, transferred to the Ogre Conglomeration's business account where the ether was originally taken. Both of the demon's palms now show their planet count dip below 19,000, and Ember finally grins while speaking to the crowd watching as he still has their attention. The Ogre Conglomeration is having a flash sale. All planets won in this duel are going for 50% off market price. 3 planets max per lord. Talk to your nearest sales associate to get them before they run out. The crowd's perception of this duel shifts again. While these planets are not of the highest quality, even getting a single 5th-class world at half price can be sold to any neighboring shop for a sizable profit that could last any individual a few years, not to mention the opportunity to buy 3rd-class worlds. For a business, the planets the demons offered are quite worthless. With over 95% of their mana drained, most of the populations on these planets have dwindled so much that they don't even bother delving into dungeons anymore. It would be near impossible to profit from long-term dungeon contracts, and labyrinths are unable to be formed because of the lack of mana remaining on the planet. To bring a dungeon to the level 1000 breakthrough threshold, mana would need to be brought from off-world. All of the demons in the lower realm that ruled them have left to the next planet, following their lord's orders and leaving the worthless planets to rot or be scavenged by 4th or 5th class lords trying their hands at picking up the breadcrumbs of profit. However, there is another reason some lower-class lords buy drained 3rd-class planets, and that is for status. Even if the planet is drained, owning a 3rd-class world unlocks greater benefits in the avatar ability shops and also gets you access to sections of the city or business meetings that you wouldn't normally have. Even 3rd-class lords sometimes buy up a few extra drained 3rd-class worlds as a status symbol to show they aren't ordinary 3rd-class single-planet lords. The 2nd class and above in the crowd aren't interested in these dead planets, as having even one 2nd-class world under your control is enough to pass down generational wealth. However, there is never an excuse to pass up a great business opportunity when it's in front of their eyes. Scooping up a few 4th-class worlds to resell for a quick doubling of their ether would be illogical to pass up. As the doors of the dueling room open, Leonard runs forward while Ember calmly walks out. The demon yells in a controlled tone as he passes. You may believe you've won today, but a single lost lord in a demon family will do far more than set a single citadel on fire. You've doomed all of the humans in the upper realm, not only this ogre's conglomeration.
Ember shrinks.
Oh, calm down. I went easy on him. Your partner should be awake in a few days. Relief washes over the confused demon, but the internal conflict of emotions is overwhelming. All of his life experiences and learned knowledge with humans conflict with the reality in front of him. Even now, the human says it held back, and there is no doubt in his mind this human is far more dangerous than any opponent he's ever faced before. His unwavering confidence and nonchalant attitude throughout all of their interactions now make crystal clear sense in hindsight. Even the fact that he is the new head of the organization that the Citadel Lord challenged last week didn't make any sense, but the fact that an ancient blue ogre outsmarted him this easily without even being in the building makes him believe there must be even more to this ruse. If he was so wrong initially about one thing, this demon must think things through very carefully and avoid making any more wrong moves. To save his integrity, the demon yells out inside the dueling chamber for all to hear in the center. I shall honor the duel. However, the Citadel Lord will be hearing of this. You've won a single petty battle, but the demons do not lose wars. This is what you've declared, so prepare yourselves. He grits his teeth and picks up his partner, then turns around to leave the dueling area and find the nearest fast travel port to get out of here before anything else goes wrong. Meanwhile, thousands of worlds that were just won in the duel are added to the World Trade Palace Bank, made available for transfer on any floor by sales reps, and lords nearby flock to them faster than Ember can even make his way out of the dueling room. Thousands of pure profit low-quality ether are deposited into the company account, and with tens of thousands of lords on every floor with nothing else to do but talk with those around them about the display they just saw, business talks and unrelated transactions begin taking place with a large increase in sales volume. All of this simultaneously makes the trading center almost a month's worth of profit in a matter of minutes, while also plastering a massive ad across a large portion of the Volterra district. It silently shouts to all that the ogre conglomeration still has strong allies, and they're willing to fight back against the demons and do business with anyone, even humans, as long as they have something to offer. While this commotion spreads throughout the district, Ember quietly makes his way through the crowds. He ignores all the random lords asking questions, and both Randall and Syl do their job walking beside him to fend off interested parties. However, Ember doesn't even speak back to the two red ogres when they ask him questions. He calmly walks through the empty hall, into the room overlooking the district he was given, and closes the doors behind him. Once alone, a drop of crimson blood leaks from his nose. Instantly, he pulls up his status and sends a voice transmission to Torvak, a few blocks away. I've begun my plan to bring the ogre conglomeration back to its former glory. However, it could end faster than it even started. I need that package taken out from long-term storage in the Grand Citadel as fast as possible. I've grown weaker than I thought. A 2 days wait might be cutting things close. Chapter 703. Beneath the Citadel, my training and mining sessions with Ava carry on. I begin using the same instinctual ether summoning I did to block her attacks, but this time, I cover my fists in the warm white glow. My footwork and movements are slow, and I can't land a single attack on the hobgoblin's body. However, she lets me practice my punches, slowing her movement speed to block with her hammer instead of going fully on offense during our sparring sessions. After 3 hours pass and 30 more ether stones are collected from 2 other mining pits, it's clear I've improved a lot. I'm able to block all of her attacks, summoning ether extremely quickly to cover the areas on my body where she makes contact. Before, I was lucky to stop 1 out of 10 attacks, but now I can block every single one. I'm even able to imbue my footsteps with warm streams of ether to dodge and counter. However, Ava is able to do the same with much greater efficiency. Using this lower ether setting, our attack power is identical, but every time I have a breakthrough with my speed, she manages to outmaneuver me. She speaks up, breathing heavily after we finish our latest session. Not bad. Looks like you're getting used to your ether commands. Your natural fighting instincts are extremely sharp, maybe even sharper than mine. It's just that premium avatar of yours. Your level threshold when you ascended must not have been very high. Your speed and strength are similar to the non-ranked up goblins. I think to myself that this is only because I'm being held back by my weight and the constraints of the purple exosuit I'm wearing. Yeah, hopefully, I can overcome this soon. We climb out of the mining pit we're in, as all the surface stones have been taken out, and head further into the green divine fog in the direction of the Citadel. After about 1 kilometer of walking, stopping sporadically to dig out ether stones from the surface, we pick up 9 more in no time. However, as we continue walking forward, I feel an extremely warm sensation pulling at my consciousness, urging me further in the direction we're already heading. It's far hotter than any of the stones we've found so far, but Ava calls out from my side before I even get the time to point it out. We're approaching the outer limit of our mining territory. My exile contract won't let me pass this point. We'll have to turn back and check out some of the other old pits. There are quite a few left. I raise an eyebrow and point in the direction we're heading. Let me check this out first. I can sense a few stones just up ahead. No more than 100 meters. Ava stops in place, looking down at the ground in front of her, then up at me while I keep walking forward. Her eyes widen, You can pass through the borders? But how? Your avatar should have automatically created an exile contract the moment you entered our zone. Her confusion mirrors my own, as I have no idea what border she speaks of or what these exile contracts really are. The burning sensation in my mind only gets hotter the more steps I take. So I reply while continuing forward. Right, I don't know. I'll be back in a minute. I run off toward the ether stones, leaving Ava behind to disappear into the green mist. As I move forward, fewer mounds of black rocks pile up around me, and the surface becomes completely flat. It's as if no stones have been moved here by living hands. Everything looks like it has naturally settled, and the bright white glows all around hit my senses. Within 20 meters, I feel over a dozen identical stones to the ones that previously required kilometers of area to sense. However, I don't stop to grab any of them. The burning hot sensation is still ahead, growing stronger. I walk past the dimly glowing white stones littering the area and approach a single, extremely bright glowing white rock. When I bend down to grab it, it feels almost hot. Just from the physical contact, I feel more ether pouring into my body in seconds than I've ever managed in 30 minutes of concentrating on draining the dimmer stones. My head turns slightly to the right as another burning hot sensation floods into my mind. I run toward it without a second thought. Just 100 meters later, I find another extremely saturated stone identical to the one I'm holding. Then, another pops into my senses. They're everywhere. I whisper to myself, running deeper into the fog, closer to the citadel and farther away from Ava. I pass hundreds of dim stones, eventually holding 7 brightly glowing white stones bundled in my arms before turning back. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. This should be good for now. I head straight back in the direction I came. If I wander too far, I might get lost. When I return and see Ava's curvy silhouette in the fog, a wave of relief washes over me, and the worried look on her face vanishes too. You're an odd one. I shrug and walk through the zone border, invisible to my senses, then drop the bright white glowing stones on the floor between us. These are surely rare. I can tell each one is worth more than 10 of those dimmer stones. Ava questions my words, picks one up to scan, and her expression turns to shock as she looks back at me. Are these all 4th-class stones? She uses the same instant absorption technique to drain the white ether into her avatar, then speaks again. They are 1/10 of a low-quality ether in a single stone. That's a full month's quota for our entire mining squad. My eyebrows raise, not only because of the amount of ether she stated they contain, but also because of the terminology she's using. A 4th-class stone? What do you mean by that? Or, actually, what exactly are ether stones? Ava looks at me with a dazed expression, unable to believe what's coming out of my mouth. Then, she smiles and looks up at the sky with a glint of hope in her eyes. Maybe it will be possible to leave this place someday after all. She looks back at me. Ether stones are the remnants of old worlds, of course. Once a world is drained of its resources and no more lords care to claim it in the upper realm, their connection tokens are processed in the Citadel power plants. That's why they all take a similar physical shape here. This is basic knowledge. You are truly oblivious to how things work. She turns around and tosses the now drained black stone onto the ground, pointing at the endless piles and pits of black rocks with open palms. These were all once world tokens. You can try to scan each one. Only the ones with trace amounts of resources remaining will show anything on your status. From billions of years ago until now, it's impossible to know how long some of the severed and drained tokens have been resting here. Worlds aren't usually processed until all life on them has left or ceased, and their original lord has been long forgotten. Ether is interwoven with the very essence of life. All planets that once thrived have some. Even after their deaths, they can be farmed one last time. However, a lord can never claim the worlds again once they're discarded down here. We both stand in silence as I try to grasp the reality of her words. My senses can barely move past a few hundred meters, but I saw how far those endless clouds stretched and visualized the enormous citadel for myself. These mines must be at least that large. Then again, they must be more massive than I can even imagine. The depth these black stones go down is completely unknown to me as well. Ava speaks up again. The citadels are built around divine artifacts gifted to this realm by the Overseer. It acts as a power plant accepting discarded worlds. High amounts of their mana and demonic energy can be siphoned out, and a majority of the ether too. But there are always flickers of life remaining that slip between the cracks. Where there is profit to be made, business will spawn. Many powerful families and organizations help lower-class worlds ascend from the lower realm. In return, the lords keep their world hostage until they fulfill a nearly unattainable mining quota down here in the exile zones. I stare down at the 6 remaining ether stones with newfound awe as Ava's words sink in. Then, I bend down and grab one. Its excess ether seeps into my skin through the purple barrier as I reply. So the lord that controls this zone has your planet and all of your mining squads as well. That's why your world tokens show zeros. Ava nods as the gears in my mind spin. So, if I can go outside the border and find enough of these stones, your exile contract will be voided, right? And we could make it back to the Citadel? Her eyes widen again. Well, I don't know. Theoretically, it's possible. But I cut her off. Then that's the new plan. I sit down with the white stone in my hand and begin absorbing as much ether as I can from it while murmuring a new offer. We split these and spar again, this time at a higher setting than that minimum you've been holding back with. I need to get stronger and you want to be free. What do you say? We split what I find until you meet your final quota's needs. She reaches down to grab another 4th-class ether stone, scanning it and then staring down at me in awe for a few seconds before activating the automatic ether drain and replying. There is no reason to say no. Deal. Over the next hour, I work on draining pure ether from 4 of the stones, bringing them down to about 2/3 of the way drained before it gets harder to pull the remaining amount out. With such an abundant supply of stones within my reach, I feel the most time-efficient approach is to let Ava drain the rest for herself. With a far larger amount of ether being absorbed each time, I can visualize and feel the energy flowing into the stores within my consciousness. An odd filtering sensation washes over me, as though the raw ether being drained from these stones is being altered the instant it falls into my stores. I get the instinctual feeling this isn't normal, and my mind flashes back to a white leaf I touched within the demon's throne. Ember called it a low-quality ether-cleansing herb. I have no direct evidence of this, but the ether entering my system feels as though it's being filtered or cleansed in some way before making its way into my mind. When I stand to my feet again, taking a deep breath in and out, I try to summon more energy from my ether stores to cover my fists. It still feels as though I have an endless pool to draw from, but the speed at which my mind gains access to the ether is slightly faster. I look over to Ava, who drained the last remains of my 4th stone. She speaks up. Even your ether draining technique is weird. Is that a premium avatar trait too? I shrug. Something like that. It's slower, but I believe it's a superior technique. Then I smirk and put my fists up. Come on, let's spar. You have more than enough excess ether now to use the power level in our battle when you were trying to kill me, right? She raises her hammer and chuckles. Fine, I'll stop prying. And yeah, one of these stones is more than enough. Then, I watch her hammer glow 10 times brighter than before, just as it did in our first battle. I concentrate and try to layer the ether like I did before in order to block. However, I'm nowhere near fast enough yet. Even with the small increase in reaction and summoning speed I believed I had, before I can even register what's happened, I'm helplessly sent flying backward tens of meters before hitting a pile of black rocks, tingling all over. Ava flies my way, grinning, and ether-stepping with every stride. She's begun planning another attack before I can even heal the tingling in my chest from her first hit. You want to get stronger, right? Now that I don't have to limit my ether usage, I'll go all out. Chapter 704. A burning hot white hammer slams into me, sending me flying into another pile of rocks before I can even heal from our first collision. My body feels as though it's covered with pins and needles, and the third attack is coming my way faster than I can react. Ava's voice rings out as she slams me across the black stone landscape again. Say the word and I'll take it down a notch. But I can keep this up all day. Half my mind is concentrated on summoning wisps of ether to flood into the impact zones. But I yell back, don't hold back. Fight as if you're trying to kill me. We only have 2.5 days until that district lord comes back, right? I want to be prepared for the worst. Before my words finish, I'm hit with her hammer again. As you wish. There is no direct physical pain or damage to my body. The divine barrier around me absorbs all of the pressure, but massive amounts of ether seep into my being after every hit. Ava's hammer is glowing just as white-hot as in our first battle, but so are her feet. I watch white ether strengthen her hamstrings, quads, and even arms when she swings. Her entire body is glowing hot with ether, and every single time I try to predict her movements and add layers to certain areas of my body, it's far too late. The next hour results in me being bashed around the abandoned mines like a ragdoll. While that's what it looks like from the outside, I am gathering very valuable data and actively trying to improve after every single exchange we have. Over 300 exchanges pass, and all of them end with me being hit in a new place on my body. It's a familiar sensation. In our last spars, I was hit hundreds of times as well, but these hits permeate deep into my being. On the lower setting, these lingering tingles didn't last as long, and I didn't have to summon as much ether to heal myself. Now, I'm using just as much ether to heal as I am to block and throw attacks. While throwing more attacks makes it easier to summon ether faster, healing tingling areas of my body becomes second nature the more I do it. My entire body glows bright white as tens of impact points are being simultaneously healed by the time Ava speaks up after slamming me into another rock structure. All right, that's time. Let's load up on more ether. I've already burned through 20% of what I just absorbed. I think that's the most ether I've ever used in a single session in my entire life. I'd say you're crazy, but you managed to improve before. So I guess premium avatars just have a learning curve to them. Ava is breathing as heavily as I am, and she's smiling ear to ear. If the 20% number she mentioned is true, and I used the same amount of ether as she did, that's roughly 0.1 gone, maybe more. I remember the throne stating I had about 1.2 ether in my body. Whether that was all from the pill or some from the herb, I'm not entirely sure. My guess is I managed to pull around 0.3 from the 4 ether stones earlier, but it still feels like I'm pulling from an endless pool. There's no status reading that tells me how much ether I have. I reply, still glowing white all over in my perception. Good idea. If we keep this up, I'll definitely get the hang of it soon. She laughs as I fall on my back, smiling and breathing heavily, while I finish healing the remaining tingling wounds all over my body. It takes almost a full minute to rid myself of all the foreign ether damage, but once my body is completely back to its natural state, I feel as though my senses are sharper. We make our way back to the mining zone's border and travel along its edge until another hot sensation hits my senses about 200 meters away from the point where I crossed this invisible border before. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I venture out into the untouched land of black rocks, just like before, powering my footsteps with ether while running this time. My movements feel crisp and exhilarating. I still have to physically think and summon each wisp beneath my feet, but it's beginning to feel more instinctual. While I collect 12 more 4th-class ether stones, I play through the long sparring session I just had in my head, visualizing each of Ava's movements over and over. They were all machine-like, exactly like her ether-draining technique. Clearly, these avatars have functions that help newly ascended individuals use this new power source in the upper realm. While this means activation time is faster and there's no room for failure, it feels quite limiting. If there are maximum settings and specific commands that need to be selected, there is no freedom to reach higher heights or create unique techniques. Not to mention, being physically limited to select locations. The instinctual need I acted on to keep my body when moving up realms may have far larger implications than I ever imagined. Whether it will end up making things easier or harder for me in the long run is still a mystery. When I make it back to Ava and drop the ether stones on the ground between us, The bright childlike joy on her face when she scans one is just the same as with the first rock from my last hunt. I take 7 and drain the majority of their ether, giving Ava the rest to drain after she pulls all the energy from 5. It roughly evens out, and this time, when I cover my fists with a layer of white energy to signify I'm ready to spar, I feel a bit of a difference in my ether stores. I can't visualize the full pool, but with more to pull from, I can summon the same amount of ether much faster than before, as it's a smaller percent of the total available to me. My theory is tested for the next 24 hours as we spar over and over while we move along the zone's border. I collect an average of 10 4th-class ether stones each time for us to increase our ether stores. My absorption speed of the stones increases at a similar rate to my summoning speed. Getting battered by Ava's soul hammer for hours on end improves my healing and blocking speed to an immense degree. I've taken thousands of hits, and there's no spot on my body that hasn't been attacked. The instinctual patterns of healing become easy to perform in the background, while I focus on powering my footsteps and covering my fists in a hot white glow. It isn't until our 8th sparring session that I finally manage to get the hang of things and block one of her hammer strikes with a coated arm, just like I did in our first battle. Another 4 intense sparring sessions pass after this instance, with sporadic blocks and even a few dodges becoming more common, until I finally outmaneuver Ava. I block her incoming hammer with a single arm while ether stepping to the side and punching her in the stomach. I watch a layer of white energy ripple all over the contact point in her avatar. There is an instant shielding summoned, but it isn't fast enough, as her full attention is on the hammer. For once, she's the one sent flying backward, leaving me standing with 2 fists covered in hot ether and a smile across my face. I did it! I whisper as a thud hits a nearby pile of stones. I stare down at my hands, as they continue to burn bright white, allowing even more ether to pour into them, making them brighter and brighter. From the constant ether draining we've been doing between sparring matches, I've been keeping rough track and assume my stores have risen to around 5.0 low-quality ether. However, my punches, movement speed, and healing speed feel like they've increased in strength far more than just 5x. I can feel that this is just the start. Every time I use ether, it's like old knowledge and experience are coming back to me from my subconscious. Memories of Ember explaining how I was processing ether in the depths of my mind for over 900,000 years during the second trial come to mind. I'm unsure if this is the reason for my rapid growth or the fact that I'm not held back by the constraints of an avatar. I come to the conclusion that it's a mixture of both. All my theories are pushed to the back of my mind, and the ether around my fists dissipates into the atmosphere once I hear Ava's voice call out from the distance. Let's stop there for today. Her words sound like she's in pain. When I walk over and see the wound on her side still radiating with dense white energy and the hobgoblin holding the side of her head with her free hand, my eyes widen. Are you okay? She pushes herself up from the ground with her hammer and replies after a light chuckle. I'm fine. Your punch sure packs a force. She grits her teeth and holds her head again. I don't know if you meant to activate a mental attack in that blow, but when we spar again, you should turn it off. My basic avatar doesn't have advanced mental defense commands. If I didn't block the majority of that hit, I could have been knocked out cold. My eyes widen, but I don't reply just yet. I certainly didn't try to send a mental attack, but I pushed as much ether as I could into the force of the blow. This is yet another mystery I'm at a dead end with. She speaks up once she sees my worried face. Don't worry. I can heal the physical hit with a command in a matter of minutes. The ringing in my head will go away on its own in a few hours. I've been hit much harder than that by the Lord before, trust me. I'd know if it was bad. I raise an eyebrow to reply. In that case, no more sparring. There isn't much time left before the Lord in question arrives. If you're up to walking, I'd like to continue moving along the borders to absorb as much ether as possible. Chapter 705. We walk the border for hours, stopping to absorb piles of 4th-class ether stones that litter the landscape outside the border of this mining zone. We cover tens of kilometers of ground, curving around the outside of the zone, and with every stone I absorb, the process of pulling in ether gets faster and easier. While collecting stones, I practice activating my footsteps and occasionally, between absorption sessions, I ask Ava to hit me with her hammer. However, my healing speed and summoning proficiency have grown so drastically over these last 24 hours that her highest power attack just leaves a tingling sensation for fractions of a second. While I estimate my ether stores have grown to about 15.0 low-quality ether, the growth I've shown since we stopped sparring is far more than just 3x. Even though Ava has drained a similar amount of ether as me, her avatar's settings seem to be holding her back from progressing like I am. They're naturally hard-capped. I have no good way to practice further, so I focus on just collecting as much ether as possible. She speaks up after a while. This is about the time the Lord comes back every month. We should head back to base camp. I have enough to satisfy our squad's mining quota and can pay off 150 years worth of exile contract time with the ether we've managed to gather. In just a few weeks, my entire lifetime quota could be filled. I do some quick calculations after her statement but see a smile on her face as she looks up to the sky while I reply. You were exiled down here to work for over 1,000 years? She sighs and looks back at me. Yes, my contract has roughly 1,200 years remaining. Even for an ascended, that's basically a full life. But in the end, my world will be safe and free. That is our duty as lords, isn't it? I look down at my palm with a glowing one, feel the planet floating in a black void in the depths of my mind, and reply, yes, that is our duty. Then, we leave the border and head back into the center of the mining zone, passing abandoned pits left and right. My senses of our surroundings have increased drastically. While my visibility through the green divine fog is the same, 100 to 200 meters at most, my ether senses have increased over tenfold. I can sense the dimly glowing 5th-class ether stones all around us for about 1 kilometer on all sides. I can feel a grouping of beings with very low ether stores clustered together as we walk for about 20 minutes, paired with Ava speaking up. All right, we're almost here. I doubt any of them have ever seen a human before, other than in dungeons on their old worlds, so just don't frighten them. I'll approach first. I chuckle under my breath, trying to imagine what a dungeon with humans as the monsters would look like, but nod and reply while taking a step back. Sure, take the lead. We walk forward into the mist, and I let Ava move farther and farther ahead until she disappears. All I can hear are her footsteps, and I use my ether sense to tell where she is. Her voice calls out, I'm back, and there's no need to worry about your contracts expiring. We've met this month's quota just in time. The warm blobs of ether clumped together move toward the hobgoblin holding her hammer over her shoulder. High-pitched and coarse voices, much like the 2 goblins I met by chance before, reply to her. Ms. Ava, we were worried. Troy said you fought a human. Ms. Ava, you're back. Really? The quota is really met? We won't be punished again. Ms. Ava. Ms. Ava. More and more voices ring out from roughly 24 goblins less than half Ava's size. I lose track of them all as Ava bends down and greets each one personally. Her reassuring words calm the goblins, but she doesn't mention me at all. So I stop moving forward, standing behind a pile of black rocks less than 300 meters away. As I concentrate, I can vaguely make out green dome-like structures in rows in the fog. There are over 50 of them, all symmetrical, and they resemble the coloring and texture of the Citadel's buildings I glimpsed before falling down here. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. My guess is they are some kind of shelter for the mining workers, but there are far more domes than miners. The group of goblins backs up from Ava, and she turns around in the direction we came. Now, there's a reason we managed to meet our quota this month, and that's because we got some help from. Her words cut off mid-sentence, and at the same time I feel the ground start to vibrate. Slow crashing sounds echo from the distance, and Ava's tone changes completely. She looks in my direction, her eyes widening. I take it to mean me meeting the goblins is no longer part of the plan. Ava looks back down and speaks firmly. The Lord is coming. Get in position. I'll do the talking like usual. The goblins stiffen with fear, but in seconds they scatter, standing in front of various domes with arms at their sides and eyes staring at the ground. Ava swings her hammer down from her shoulder, letting it thud to the ground by her side. She waits in the center of the base camp as the footsteps grow louder. A burning hot ether source sets off alarms in my psyche as the approaching Lord enters my ether senses. However, I cannot see its makeup. The dense green clouds block any mana perception skills. Coming forward now would only make things worse. I watch from the shadows behind a pile of mined ether stones as the figure gets closer. While the goblins tremble with fear, I am not scared. Instead, I feel curious and excited to see what makes these pounding footsteps and to learn more about these exile mines. Ava stands tall, staring forward as a massive shadow emerges from the fog. I see a wide humanoid silhouette with a rounded head, broad shoulders, and thick, muscular arms and legs, standing at least 6 meters tall. The outline of a massive battle axe is visible through the fog, resting on its shoulder. A large, spiked accessory stands out around the Lord's neck. Even when it stops in front of Ava, towering over her at 3 times her height and width, she doesn't budge. But from this distance, it's still tough to make out the Lord's exact appearance. The only additional detail I catch next is the low, resounding voice of the Lord. Monthly quotas are due. Pay up, or you'll be punished again. The massive figure charges its axe with white energy, blindingly bright in my mind's eye, and swings it down to cleave through the rocks beside Ava. She doesn't flinch, simply extending her right hand with the 0 on her palm. It's all there. We found enough stones this month to hit the 0.1 ether zone quota. A grunt emanates from the massive creature as it puts out its palm to touch Ava's. I watch ether transfer between their avatars. Then, the shadowy Lord speaks again in a low, echoing tone. Good. To hit that quota in this zone, you must have been working nonstop. As you should. You've learned from your mistakes. It reaches for its axe, but Ava speaks again before it grabs hold. I'd like to make some extra progress toward my exile contract. There was additional ether mined this month. The towering Lord halts, grunting again. How much extra? It says resentfully. Ava doesn't reply for a few seconds but finally musters her words. 15 low-quality ether. The Lord's hand, initially meant for the axe, moves toward Ava instead, tightly grips her neck, lifting her into the air. 15 low-quality ether? I must not have heard you correctly. Please say that number again. 15. Ava chokes out as the massive figure laughs in a menacing, low tone that echoes through the entire zone. A crushing pressure radiates from its being, and while I assume it's mana or divine energy, all I see are wisps of ether flowing out. Many of the goblins collapse, passing out from the oppressive force. The Lord yells again. Impossible. In a single month? I could rent this whole zone out for 3 centuries with that much ether. You must have found a secret ether vein to keep for yourself, and have been hoarding resources for years. Its grip around her neck tightens further, choking off any reply. The Lord laughs again. I can find a new struggling world like yours on the unascended market whenever I want. These contracts last your entire lifespan because you're meant to work until you die. Its grip tightens more as it turns to address the terrified goblins. You hear that? Your leader has been hoarding ether from you this whole time. Those I killed last month didn't have to die if you just paid the full month's quota. What do you say? Should I kill her right here and now for not paying out everything she mines, as outlined in our contracts? My eyes widen as the warrior I trained with for days is being strangled before me with such ease. Anger ripples through me as this hobgoblin's kind actions are twisted against her, trapping her in a contract designed to be unfulfillable. If she mines too little, she's punished. If she mines extra, these lords must return the worlds they've stolen early. I make the decision. Charging out from behind the rock pile, I summon ether to coat my fists and feet in burning energy, sprinting toward the mining zone's center. While I could leave the zone and head to the citadel without Ava, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly in such a short time. Thinking of the way the goblins looked up to her moments ago and recalling the countless sparring sessions and laughs we shared over the last few days, I leap into the air, landing a searing fist into the back of the massive lord as it displays Ava's struggling body to its underlings, spreading lies. The impact triggers an instant defensive shield, but as with my sparring matches with Ava, it isn't fast enough and some of the blow connects. A loud grunt turns into a roar as the massive creature's body is sent flying forward about 10 meters. Its grip on Ava loosens, and she drops to the rocky ground between two of the green domes, where goblins lie trembling in fear. The monster spins around, yelling, "Who dares strike the Goblin King?" As it turns, I see features unlike any creature I've encountered in dungeons or labyrinths. With a face resembling a goblin's, the muscles of a cyclops, and the stature of an enormous berserker king, I witness what the goblin race can evolve into. Its bulky muscles, veins, and green skin pop with bright vitality as it yells again. A human? In a zone this close to the Citadel? How did you infiltrate this place? Speak now and I'll make your death painless. Its voice rumbles through the zone, knocking out all the remaining conscious goblins with its overwhelming aura. One of its fists instantly becomes covered in bright white light and rockets toward me, but my ether-powered footsteps allow me to dodge just in time. However, as I pivot to counter, I see it lunging for its axe rather than trying to grab me. The Goblin King moves with speed and agility faster than my own. Bright white ether glows throughout its entire avatar, making me believe it definitely could have hit me if I was its intended target. It reveals a 166, glowing bright green on its palm as it flies by and tightly grips the massive soul weapon. Chapter 706. 1 hour ago, just before the Goblin King arrived in the Hollow District exile zone. Ember watches the World Trading Palace from his top-floor office, just as he has for days, taking in the view of the nearby streets, awaiting a guest after receiving a transmission from Torvak that he finally picked up the package he requested. Randall and Sill's surprised greeting to their employer can be heard as the door automatically opens, and Ember turns from his desk. He finished reading all of the sales reports just over 2 days ago, the night after his victory against the demon. Since then, he has been collecting intel and healing the mental damage he took after sending out an attack far too advanced for his current state. A massive blue ogre walks through the door to greet Ember. The moment it slides closed and they're out of view of the surveillance systems, he opens up an ether storage portal and takes out a black crate with wisps of ether slowly seeping out of it. They still have that place locked down. He walks over and sets the crate down next to Ember. Ember replies, "The demons haven't retaliated yet. It seems even though you're late, the timing has worked out. Hey, it's the best I could do. It can take over a year to get long-term storage contracts broken early. I had to use over half of that average-grade etherstone just in bribes to gain access in the time I did." Ember chuckles at the thought, then taps the box with a glowing white finger, and its top opens up to reveal 8 corked flasks with a clear substance inside. Torvak continues speaking, "And news of what you did basically spread across the entire Citadel. Some don't believe it, but the fact that almost 4,000 worlds were sold for half off definitely made an impact regardless. Queries from old partners came in for second-class worlds. We don't move much of those anymore, but I managed to sell 6 of them, all over market price." Ember smirks while pulling 3 of the glass flasks from the black box. Profits in the center here are up over 50% the normal daily turnout. The bulk of the profit is mostly dungeon contracts, but the volume of lower-class worlds from 4th and 5th-class lords that would normally steer clear of this district has skyrocketed. Ember seals the top of the black crate with its original cover, then throws one of the glasses to Torvak while opening one of the 2 remaining on the table and lifting it to his mouth. As the blue ogre sees the priceless flask flying his way, his eyes widen, but Ember continues speaking. "But come on, this small spike in profits isn't what this meeting is about. This low-quality restoration elixir has been aging in the Grand Citadel for almost 20,000 years. I bet it's got quite the kick to it." Ember drinks the whole bottle of clear elixir, and Torvak catches the one thrown to him. A translucent wave of light ripples through Ember, seeping deep into the depths of his consciousness that hasn't been altered in dozens of reincarnations, activating and cleansing layers of low-quality ether that have been lying stagnant since the last time he was in the upper realm. Ember lets out a satisfying sigh as his entire body ripples with dense waves of energy, and all of the fatigue and built-up stress from his battle with Myron vanishes. Torvak replies in a surprised tone, "Really? Wouldn't it be a waste for me to drink one of these?" Ember laughs, stretching his arms and feeling the rejuvenated dormant power finally flowing through his body, spreading euphoria through his senses. "It's a gift. Drink up. I'm sure after all these years, some of your ether stores that aren't confined by that avatar have grown stagnant. Plus, even the raw ether in this zone can be refined much further. If all goes as planned, I'll never have to use one of those elixirs again. So don't worry about wasting it. It's better if you're in good shape to face a demon if needed. You can't afford to lose to another one now that I've angered them. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation." Ember pauses. "And neither can I. I'm lucky I only ran into a first class." His eyes track down to the last flask still on the desk, and he picks it up and tosses it into his ether stores. Torvak looks curious but has been in business long enough to know not to ask questions. Ember turns to sit back down at his desk and overlook the city, then replies, "If you're curious, it's for a visitor that should be making his way up here soon. Don't worry about it." Torvak pops off the cork in his flask and replies, "Understood. Thank you." Then he drinks the whole bottle of clear liquid, and his body ripples with the same translucent light seeping into his consciousness and even vibrating through the ether stores in his avatar. He stares out the wide-open window, and the two watch the Volterra district go on as if it is any other day. 10 blocks away, in the center of the citadel, a purple-horned demon finally wakes up from its unconscious state. Leonard has been overseeing a few servants of varying races from 4th and 5th class worlds that come and go from his room, giving him pure ether injections and soaking him in unrefined demonic energy to speed up his natural healing process. The demon wakes up in a daze but slowly comes to realize he's been defeated by a human, and publicly humiliated at that. It takes the destruction of 11 servant avatars and a full hour of angry yelling before the demon can come out of his room to follow Leonard to meet their citadel lord. The noble demon paces back and forth, looking deep into the city, staring right at the Volterra district where all of this took place, cursing under his breath. "We should have just forfeited those worlds and sent them off to the exiles. It would have drained enough ether and mana to buy a decent quality second-grade world." Andres Vermilion turns to the back of the room to see Leonard standing at attention with Myron a few steps behind him. "Speak." He nods at the Citadel Lord's words and does so. Myron is awake, and there seems to be no long-term damage to the avatar or his mind. He can give you his side of the report if you wish. Andres shakes his head and uncrosses his arms to make a waving motion. "There is no need for a report. I watched the footage and studied the dueling room's data. We still control and maintain those rooms. I do not fault you for your actions. It was within reason of what I ordered." He looks back out the window, sighs, and turns back to the 2 first-class demons. While sentiment in the streets for the ogre conglomeration is growing, this is not a complete loss. It's an opportunity to show those who think they can fight back that they are sorely mistaken. The black-horned demon still has that red-haired human's confident grin stuck in his mind, and the eerie feeling that he was always a step ahead can't be shaken away. However, if a noble demon says he reviewed the fight data and has a plan to deal with this, there is no reason to question his wisdom and power. "I have new orders for both of you. I want that human dead and that blue ogre, Torvak. I want him publicly defeated, and drain all of his companies down to nothing over the next few weeks before Draco arrives." He pauses for a few seconds, thinking to himself, then continues. "I don't need to show my face to the public again. That is now above us Vermilions. We must send the message that a noble demon does not have to stoop down to bother with public affairs anymore. This is because our first-class lords are strong enough to crush anyone who defies us. I've purchased avatar upgrades for both of you. Your mental defenses can now both defend against that ancient mental technique. It used to be available on old avatars before our family was even founded. An arrogant human must have gotten their hands on an illegal copy. Leonard's eyes widen and relief washes over him, as this human's actions finally make sense. He was bluffing all along, and managed to manipulate his hot-headed partner into challenging him in the one duel type he had the advantage in. Andres Vermilion continues. I want you to challenge both of them to an all-out duel, no limitations. The Citadel-wide public surveillance systems just showed the Ogre conglomeration's head taking a fast-travel orb to the Volterra district. Accept these new avatar upgrades and go down there to spread a final message before this gets out of hand. Do not bother thinking about the negative consequences or foreign gang retaliation. That will be handled. I want them dealt with publicly and brutally before the family head catches wind of this disgrace. It is better that we are perceived as unreasonable rather than weak. Ember and Torvak continue watching the city outside. The rejuvenation process in Torvak's avatar takes far longer than the simple process inside his mind, but Ember patiently waits for it to be over. Once the process ends, Ember speaks up again while peering at the nearest wall of the room that has status screens of surveillance systems all over it. A familiar image of two first-class demons walking into their lobby and customer scattering is shown. Looks like they saw you come to meet me, and that demon I knocked out recovered just fine. Ember's eyes narrow, and the corners of his lips turn up. However, Torvak shivers. They're going to want revenge. Ember gets up and starts walking toward the door. They sure will. Come on, it's time to put on another show. The Ogre conglomeration's profits aren't going to stop going up, and maybe if we beat them badly enough I'll manage to get myself a meeting with the Citadel Lord. Chapter 707. The two demons walk into the center of the lobby with their arms crossed, glancing up at the ceiling while frightened sales workers and customers scatter. Neither says a word as they enter the elevator to ascend to the trade center's top floor. A flurry of transmissions ripple throughout the Volterra district, even reaching neighboring lower-class districts. Those on the bottom floor who witnessed their arrival recall the events of days past and understand that whatever is happening now will be even bigger. As the elevator dings, opening to the top floor, a red-haired human and a massive blue ogre stand in front of the dueling rooms at the back of the hall, awaiting their guests. The employees and customers on this floor, however, are not as prepared. The domineering pressure spreading through the room makes even the second-class red ogres queasy from hundreds of meters away. Visiting fourth- and third-class lords collapse under the crushing presence of these newly upgraded avatars. The tension escalates when a familiar laugh from a purple-horned demon echoes through the room. Leonard, the black-horned demon, speaks as his partner's cackles continue. So you have realized your fate. It was nothing but a petty attempt at making the demons look bad before your very existence was inevitably erased. The two walk slowly through the massive hall, and everyone holds their breath, unwilling to shift the focus of this confrontation. Torvak and Ember stand with indifferent expressions, watching the pair approach. Myron yells over his cool-headed partner's words. That's right. You cheated. Anyone could pull off a cheap shot with an illegal avatar. The two stop directly in front of the human and the ogre. Leonard grins, shifting his gaze toward Ember. You pulled off quite the impressive bluff for a mere human. But I'm sorry to deliver this news personally. Today is the day you die. Red ogres shuffle behind them, preparing two of the dueling rooms. Ember responds in a calm tone. Is that so?
I'm bluffing.
He cracks a faint smile, just enough for both demons to see, and then shrugs. Go ahead. Give us the rundown. I know you have orders to follow. Ember makes a provoking motion with his hand, then glances toward the ceiling where general surveillance systems capture all video and audio in public areas. Leonard maintains his composure despite the blatant disrespect. But Myron isn't so level-headed. He yells down at the human. These aren't mere orders. What I'm doing today is my duty. The public must know the truth, and fear the demons in this citadel once and for all. I challenge you to an all-out duel. Mental, physical, no rules, real deaths and soul damage allowed. His teeth grind as an eerie aura emanates from him, his eyes locked on Ember, who keeps a straight face but inwardly grins. Leonard steps up to the silent blue ogre, meeting the first-class monster eye to eye. Your ogre conglomeration will no longer be a thorn in our side. The Citadel Lord has declared you an enemy worthy of subjugation. You will not leave this trade center until you accept a duel on my terms. Without hesitation, the human and ogre nod, replying in unison. Pick your terms. I accept your duel. Let us settle this. Shaking red ogres with escrow account devices approach. All parties involved press their hands onto the devices, inputting 1.0 low-quality ether. Mental commands and terms for the fight rush through the participants' minds, and they agree on no limitation terms before stepping through the dueling room doors. This is clearly not a fight for profit. It's about honor, dominance, and public perception. The doors close, and the two dueling rooms are displayed in crystal-clear holograms across all floors of the trading center. The red ogres outside the dueling rooms begin tapping away at the trading center's data displays. Outside the building, enormous 3D models light up, visible from across the street and as far as a block away. The magnitude of the event, paired with the system's voice announcing the duels, triggers far more commotion than the initial transmissions from the bottom floor. Fast travel ether orbs multiply exponentially as tens of thousands of lords arrive per second from all over the Volterra district, determined not to miss out like last time. Many watchers of the first event return, and word spreads rapidly. Half the Citadel is soon aware that a second duel between the human and Vermilion's demon is underway. High above in the Citadel's central tower, Andres calmly observes the public surveillance systems, which broadcast the duels in perfect clarity. Leonard faces off against the blue ogre in a massive white room. He speaks to everyone watching. I'm sure you've all heard rumors of a human besting one of the Vermilion family demons. However, today you'll understand the consequences of such actions. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. The black-horned demon reaches into a green and white system storage portal, pulling out a massive long sword, almost as large as his entire body. He spins it around, ether flowing from his hands, illuminating the 3D holograms for all to see as the weapon glows brighter and brighter. He spins it above his head once more and points the blade's sharp end at Torvak. This here is the mastermind behind that simple ruse, the ogre conglomeration's head. It was nothing but a petty retaliation after our Citadel Lord fairly challenged him to a duel last week, and won a prized first-class world. The demon paces back and forth, shaking his head. Our Lord is above such menial tasks now. A noble demon shall never walk the same grounds as you lower life forms again. Your puny minds cannot fathom their power, so you've resorted to such lows. Torvak nods in a professional manner and replies, Your words are not fact, but in the upper realm those who are strong decide reality. I shall face you on your terms. As the ogre conglomeration head, I must uphold my honor. His hand disappears into a pure white ether storage, and a 6-meter-long spiked club emerges. Obsidian black with glimmers of blue matching his skin tone deep within it. He pours ether into the soul weapon, using his premium avatar's commands, mixed with excess ether refined out of its dormant state mere minutes ago. Simultaneously, a sight to behold is taking place in the dueling area next door. Myron, brimming with anger at the sight of the human who humiliated him, yells out for all to see in holographic form. That's right. A 5th-class human used an illegal avatar smuggled into our Citadel by the ogres. Such deeds will not go unpunished. Today, you will witness what happens when you fail to respect those who hold undeniable power. Today, you die for your stupidity. The demon reaches into green and white storage portals himself and pulls out 2 curved blades, about the length of short swords. His eyes pulse with ether at the same intensity as it courses out of his avatar into the soul weapons. Ember replies, keeping his hands by his sides. All right, if you truly wish to kill me, be prepared to face equal consequences. The demon's laugh echoes throughout the chamber as he sees no proper stance or soul weapons drawn to face him. All his anger and embarrassment fade, replaced by excitement, as the system notice rings outside, showing a 60-second countdown for the first rounds of both matches. The floors of the trading center fill again, and the streets outside become increasingly crowded. 3 eruptions of divine energy and ether burst from the 2 demons and Torvak as they waste no time entering their highest forms. The 2 demons' avatars grow, nearing 100 meters in height, as they unseal their bloodlines. Torvak's body vibrates, and a green divine energy tethered, mana-based greater form rises to match the demon's stature in his dueling room. Ember, however, stands with his arms crossed, still in his base human form, taking the waves of ether-infused intimidation head-on. In response, he tests the waters, sending out an identical highly focused mental attack at the demon's psyche. However, when it strikes, the attack surrounds the demon's head as though the ether is being dispersed like water. It flows down its shoulders and around the outside of his avatar, ejected through the demon's feet. The demon laughs, pointing his 2 enormous curved soul weapons at Ember. That trick of yours isn't going to cut it anymore. All your schemes will come to light, and my reputation will be restored. Ember whispers under his breath. A full guard avatar. I haven't seen one of those before. I thought they went extinct too. This might not be as simple as I thought. He moves his hands into a fighting position, watching as one of the massive curved blades swings down toward him. Hundreds of possible fighting combinations rush through Ember's mind. However, taking action on any of them would draw too much attention to the possibility of his true identity. While it is better than dying, exposing himself would make navigating the upper realm increasingly difficult if the Overseer caught wind of this so soon. Ember takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and summons massive amounts of newly refined ether into his right palm, so much that it shines as brightly as the massive blade in the holograms displayed to the crowds outside. When the 2 collide, a similar clash occurs between the enormous demonic longsword and Blue Ogre's club in the room beside them. Over 1 million lords are watching this live, some inside the trade center, but most outside, filling the streets in the heart of the Volterra district, with more flashing fast travel orbs zipping in from all over the citadel. Leonard's eyes widen at the fact that the Blue Ogre he's challenged has somehow blocked his attack. They stand at a stalemate, waves of natural intimidation radiating from both their avatars. However, even though Blue Ogres are one of the dominant first-class races, a first-class demon should still be leagues above in natural strength. Torvak's buffs are well documented over the millennia, and his overall strength does not increase with additional planets any more than other lords with the standard stat multiplier applied through avatars. This demon has upward of 20 times the planets, with a mix of 3rd and 2nd grade worlds as his base, and a handful of first-class worlds similar to Torvak's. Their strength shouldn't be equal. The demon is meant to have the advantage in every way. Yet, the Blue Ogre's stoic face stares back at him, bulging blue veins visible beneath his green greater form. The soul weapon in his grasp glows brighter and brighter white, holding off the overwhelming natural strength of the superior demon lord who challenged him. Their evenly matched clash elicits gasps that ripple through blocks of the citadel. Even the noble lord in his tower is surprised by this turn of events. However, the sight in the second dueling room sets his mind at ease. Ember blocks the incoming demon's sword with his palm, but the energy difference is overwhelming. It doesn't break through his flesh, but the rippling impact of the ether pushes Ember back, sending him flying into the back wall of the dueling room. Landing on the center of the wall feet first, he mimics the full guard technique the demon used moments ago, letting the offensive attack ripple through him and dissipate into the wall. The demon wastes no time and lunges forward, swinging his second curved sword at Ember. The red-haired human remains calm. Mental simulations of the battle's outcomes replay in Ember's mind. While he could block these hits endlessly, it would waste large amounts of cleansed and refined low-quality ether. His body, held together by microscopic silver threads, moves similarly to the purple barrier. Most of his energy is consumed by merely existing. Releasing more power into a dragon form or unleashing his astral form would surely complicate matters further. These are not techniques even an illegal avatar can recreate. As Ember blocks the second sword swing with his left palm, he isn't just sent flying. He's pinned against the back wall of the room, a 20-meter-long curved sword imbued with the demon's ether crashing into him. The demon spams his soul weapon's attack command, sending wave after wave of ether at Ember repeatedly without having to swing again. Ember holds him back with nothing more than his palm and ether-filled feet pressed against the wall. The demon shouts with a crazed smile, "You're dead now. No matter what illegal commands you've managed to buy. No matter how strong you think you are. The demons are always stronger. Ellipsia Citadel, I know you're watching. This is what happens when you challenge the Vermilions. You are utterly defeated. Always." Ember lets his arm bend under the immense pressure of the demon's attack. It truly is on a tier of its own among the first-class demon lords. Ember is using his full strength. Even using the 50% shared links of loyalty stat gains from 500 million beings on the human world, he and this demon are nearly equal in power. If this exact duel had taken place 3 days prior, his unrefined dormant ether alone would not have been anywhere near enough to block the attacks. Even now, it seems this unrelenting targeted attack may become hard to fend off or dodge eloquently if it lasts much longer. Ember contemplates ways to win without exposing his silver threads. However, mid-thought, his question is answered by a surprising status message coming from below the Citadel in the Exile Zones. Chapter 708. The glowing 166 flashes by my eyes as the Goblin King's hand, almost the size of my entire body, misses me by less than a meter and grabs its massive battle axe resting in the ground of black stones. It shimmers with green divine energy and pulses with white ether once the Lord picks it up and turns my way, yelling again. "Answer me, human. You're not permitted to be in this zone. It shouldn't even be possible." The massive battle axe, with its blade easily twice as tall as myself, is pointed my way as the monster awaits a response. My gaze moves around to see all the goblins knocked out cold by its aura, and even Ava is struggling to stand to her feet about 20 meters away. The Goblin King's axe glows brighter, and it yells out again. "I command you to speak now. A second-class lord has asked you a question. Why are you here?" I stay silent for another full second, remembering how unreasonable this lord was with Ava. I doubt any words I say will diffuse this mess. Instead, I focus on summoning ether around my arms and legs to increase my speed and attack power. My decision is soon proven to be the correct one, as the Goblin King doesn't wait for a response and lunges forward. "You know what? You're dead. Whatever lord sent you here knows the consequences of unauthorized visits. I was in the middle of something here, and you've ruined my fun." The speed is impressive. Just like when it lunged forward to grab its axe before, my eyes can barely catch up, and even as I kick off the ground with ether to dodge, it's clear even my reflexes aren't enough to deal with raw power. Before I even move half a meter off the ground, the white axe collides with my chest. An absurdly loud twang echoes through the zone, and if not for my purple barrier, that attack would have split any human in my place in two. All physical divine energy and mana-infused damage has been deflected, but my entire body shines bright with ether as I'm sent flying backward toward the rock pile I was hiding behind before interfering in this duel. Ava's worried eyes watching me fly, and the angered Goblin King chasing after me, is all I see as my body is overwhelmed by tingling that turns into pins and needles, soon feeling as though my very essence is being boiled in a sea of ether. My whole body vibrates, and it feels as though my very soul is being attacked. After days' worth of sparring matches, my instincts kick in to begin the healing process, but it is like trying to build a dam brick by brick while an entire river is flowing through. The boiling sensations all over seem to only get stronger and stronger until my back hits the pile of rocks over 100 meters away. The only thing left that I can feel is a small pocket of space in my mind, shielded with a dense subconscious aura, and it is the only reason I'm able to still feel my body and visualize what's going on. Again, in this moment, I feel as though I'm brought back in time to the mind trial within the tower, and years of experience flow into my mind, remembering how I slowly processed ether for what seemed to be an eternity. I gasp for breath once I fall to the ground in front of the rock pile, and a ripple of understanding washes over me from the epicenter of my unaltered mind. It enhances the healing properties of my body on autopilot, but I still feel as though I've only touched the surface of what lies dormant in my consciousness. The boiling in my body stops getting hotter, but it hasn't begun reversing its effects yet. Through the pain and confusion, I still raise my hands to face the incoming axe striking my side. Not bad. That avatar of yours is still in one piece. No wonder they let a human exile this close to the citadel. You must be a special one, is all I hear as I'm sent flying in another random direction. The sensation of my body being filled with boiling ether returns, and I didn't believe it would be possible, but it is even worse than the first time. I let out a verbal yell to give myself a false sense of pain relief while slamming into another pile of black stones. The pocket of guarded mental space pulses again, and as I fall to my face on the black rock ground, losing feeling in my body, I feel my ability to heal and summon ether increase drastically again. As the heavy footsteps of the Goblin King approach, I lift my head and begin pushing myself out of the ground, laughing as slight feeling in my appendages begins to return. The strength gap between us is unfathomably larger than I thought it would be. However, no matter how hard I'm hit, this monster cannot hurt me. This is what is so funny. Its voice echoes out as I'm hit right in the chest again by its axe with an uppercut swing before I can even fully lift myself off the ground. I feel another wave of boiling hot ether coat through me, and I'm sent flying up into the air. However, before I even begin my descent, another ripple of understanding is violently rattled out of my subconscious mind, and my arms and legs regain feeling even before I hit the ground back in the center of the Goblin's mining base. I'm already on my feet by the time I see the Goblin King's outline and glowing white axe approaching through the green divine fog. Ava has made her way back to her hammer nearby, and seeing her face again reminds me of something she said to me during our spars after I managed to land a hit on her. She said that the punch I hit her with was infused with some kind of mental attack. I was completely unaware of what I was doing then, and as I see the Goblin King ready to swing its axe my way again, I feel as though I still don't fully understand it. However, there is certainly something unique happening in the depths of my mind every time I'm hit. Even though I can't fully understand it, I can attempt to tap into it. As the glowing axe comes my way, I don't try to dodge, run, or create a barrier to limit the force of the strike. I use all of my mental capacity to cover my right fist in ether and punch against the sharp side of the axe coming down on me. For a moment, we're stopped in place. Instead of trying to make the hottest and densest sheet of protection, I focus on the small part of my mind that was unaffected by the prior attacks and channel only that unique kind of ether to be released through my knuckles and into the axe. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. I feel it stream from my head, down my arm, and through my hand. Yet only a tiny amount of this strange compact ether pushes its way through. I would have been able to push more, but the force of the Goblin King's blow catches up to me, and I'm sent flying across the floor of the mining base. Dozens of green domes fly by on both sides as my body skids across the hard black rocky ground, and another wave of overwhelming, boiling ether floods into my being. As it reaches my mind this time, I feel the barriers hold it back easily, and another outburst of understanding washes over me, but it's far less intense than the last three. The shock of this attack is not as visceral on my senses, and I believe it is not pushing my mind to its limits as before, so I don't get as much understanding back from it. My summoned ether begins to attack the foreign energy in my body, and at the same time, I smirk, seeing the Goblin King hesitate to run forward. My feet dig into the rocky ground, bringing me to a halt, and the second-class lord yells out in pain. What have you done to me? There's a thud as it drops its axe, holding both of its hands to its head while letting out an incoherent, monstrous roar. I whisper under my breath as all the hot areas of my body sizzle away back to their natural state, and I feel the used-up ether dissipate into the atmosphere. Looks like it worked. At the same time, I flood ether into my feet and palms with a density over 10 times as potent as at the start of this battle. I take a deep breath in and out, as finally, my mind and body are clear again, and I can use the new ether I've been storing up for the last day with Ava around the borders of this zone. Let's see how far I can push it. I think while running forward at the Goblin King, roaring in agony. Its vision is blurred, and a searing hot pain just crushed through its mind. However, it is not entirely blind. As I quickly close the gap between us, its instincts kick in, and it makes use of its clear natural advantage in speed and power. A cheap mental attack. I'll make you and this entire mining zone feel that pain 1,000 times over while I kill you all. I have been a lord of these mines in the Hollow District for over 2,000 years. A cowardly human won't defeat me. It lurches forward, now with wide eyes filled with pure rage, grabbing its axe and running my way. My heartbeat speeds up as we get closer and closer and collide again. This time, the Goblin King sidesteps, using one of the goblin's huts to kick off of and change its trajectory to hit me in the side. I'm sent flying back and don't land my hit, but the greed of this lord takes over, and it follows me in the air even before I land. A downward two-handed axe slam is what it tries to follow through with, but this is the worst mistake it could have made. I block the downward momentum with my right hand again. Even though I'm caught beneath its axe, pinned to the rocky floor upon impact, I manage to send another shockwave of highly condensed ether through my fist into its sole weapon. This time, I have nowhere to be propelled to and spend over 4 times as long in contact with its blade, sending a dangerous surge into its psyche. While my body is flooded with a wave of ether filled with hot murderous intent, it does feel like I'm being cooked alive, but no physical damage or mental effects take place. The second-class lord, on the other hand, yells out in agony, and I see the last remaining signs of sanity leave his eyes. It's as if madness is coursing into the monster's mind, and the only escape from it is to shut off all conscious thoughts and submit. The massive Goblin King's grip on its axe loosens, and it falls forward, right on top of me. I would move away, but my body is numb again, as the power from its last attack was far greater than any of its previous ones. I can't move or feel my limbs, and another wave of strange dense energy is being unlocked within me, as it seems like a barrier is being melted away to allow me to access more locked-away instinctual knowledge. Almost half a minute passes before I hear footsteps running my way, and a familiar womanly voice calling my name. Jay? JJ, are you here? I charge my fists and feet with ether again and push upward to lift the unconscious Goblin King and his now dormant soul weapon off me. I reply, turning to my left to see the hobgoblin with shocked eyes gripping her hammer. Yeah, I'm here, but the job isn't done. My gaze turns to the lord that just tried to kill both of us, and I walk toward it with a fist glowing hotter and hotter with ether, but Ava's words call out and stop me in my tracks.
No.
You can't kill him. If a zone lord dies, all of their planets will go unclaimed, back into the unascended market, or even open and ready for anyone in the lower realm to claim them for their own. Sending messages down is extremely pricey. It would cost more than a fully saturated 4th-class world to do so. Would make our work as exiles meaningless. I look at the Goblin King for a few seconds, remembering him holding Ava by the neck and his ruthless attacks toward me that were each meant to kill. Then I look back to her. And if I let him live, he'll try to kill you and me again the moment his eyes open. You heard him. The moment he saw the fact that you might be able to pay out your exile contract early. He tried to turn all of your workers against you. It's either I kill him now, or I kill him later when he tries to fight us again. Ava's hands grasp her hammer tighter out of instinct, and it's clear there's no good outcome to all this, so I speak again. I have some strong allies in the lower realm, and I don't believe the cost for contacting them will be an issue. We'll save your world one way or another. Deep down, I have a theory brewing in the back of my mind, but I want to comfort Ava before testing it. She gulps and just nods. Right? I can't protect my world if I'm dead. I can find another way. Then, I grin and walk over to the massive green avatar that lies with eyes wide open and a blank mind. Before thinking any further, I begin punching its chest with everything I've got. My divine energy, demon core, and soul energy core's power is locked away behind my purple barrier that is saving me from the pressure. All I can do is strike this monster with pure ether. Ava looks away as I pummel the Goblin King over and over, sending mental attacks deep into his already fractured psyche. breaking it more and more with every punch. My physical attacks begin causing some damage as well, tearing through the thick, realistic flesh of this monster's avatar and digging deep into its chest to find its green divine true core cycling energy. As I punch against it, loud twangs and vibrations of rock moving below us echo out, and I can feel my fist creating microfractures and disruptions in the fully unguarded divine core in front of me. Minutes pass as I massacre this creature, making soup out of its mind and shattering its divine core. The moment I land the final hit, I watch the green threads that have been cycling in its chest move toward me, clump up around my fist, then cover my arm, and eventually surround my entire body. Even the ether within this being starts to flow out of its broken mind and toward me. This isn't stopped by the purple barrier, however. It flows in with ease, making my ether stores fill with far more than I had before. At this feeling, I can tell this being is really dead, and the energy that is surrounding me, exerting extreme pressure on my barrier, is all of the excess divine energy that my true core's absorption ability is trying to consume. In the past, the energy from beings I've killed floods into my core without the need to be processed. It automatically integrates. The only problem will be opening up my barrier. Even if I gain more divine threads, I'm still going to be exposed to this immense pressure. I turn back to Ava, whose eyes are even wider at the sight before her, and I follow her gaze down to the corpse's world token, which now states 0. In the same moment, I mentally trigger my divine barrier to open, and for all of the dense energy around me to force itself in. I feel an overwhelming burst of both satisfying new power entering my core and also the weight of the green clouds seeping into me again, tearing through my flesh and body instantly, forcing me to fall to my knees. However, I catch a glimpse of my own palm and see 167 in bright green text as a stream of notifications ring in my ears, 2 of which float to the forefront of my mind. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 167/5 worlds claimed. New perk unlocked. World Collector. Info. All generals may now borrow an additional 1% of stats. Additional one-time daily use permanent buffs for all links of loyalty have been granted. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 167 out of 100 worlds claimed. New perk unlocked. Ruler of Worlds. Info. Worldwide Connectivity System Interface. Update. All worlds under the Rising Emperor's rule may now access additional perks. All lords that pledge loyalty to the Rising Emperor will become co-owners of all worlds under their control. The Rising Emperor has superiority over the base stats of their citizens. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Chapter 709. More notifications stream into my mind, ranging from a massive MCP absorption option, an upgrade option for my extreme strength skill to divine grade, and 166 notifications for the transfer of worlds into my possession. However, there are no level ups. In the deep sea of darkness within my mind, where the third-class human world lies, tons of new planets begin flowing into my consciousness. Billions of links of loyalty, along with a full expansive view of their worlds down to the last mana particle, become visible to me crystal clear in my mind. While this overstimulation of information is immense, so many more things are happening at the same time. The Goblin King's memories start to flow in, just like Draco Vermilion's, and my mind temporarily blanks out while thousands of years of information play out as if I'm witnessing them in real time. Vivid images of a small green goblin being born into a village in the mountains rush into my mind. Their leader is an old hobgoblin that holds power over many villages in this isolated mountain range. Many dungeons form all around this wilderness, regulated and maintained by small societies of a few hundred goblins at a time. Their technology is not advanced at all, relying on hunting the local wildlife for sustenance and using weapons found in dungeon drops to level up. It is fascinating to see the early memories of this goblin flash by, as it trains in lower-grade dungeons against human mobs with nothing more than swordsmanship and body hardening as their skills. About a decade passes, and the goblin grows used to this simple life. It becomes stronger, leveling past the mid-200s to 300s, and begins its journey in learning to gather mana and refine its energy control. Not only does it become stronger in being, but in society too, becoming a local leader of a village run by the Hobgoblin Elder that controls them all. That is, until one fateful day, their peaceful mountain grouping of villages are attacked by a rogue clan for resources. Their army of goblins outnumbers this peaceful village clan 10 to 1, and their front lines are filled with dozens of hobgoblins of varying strengths. Some goblins awaken their hobgoblin forms at level 500, while others achieve this feat at level 1000. Just as with humans and their energy forms and special buffs, it is a culmination of fighting style, life experiences, and some luck of the draw. The goblin's mountainous home is decimated by the overwhelming forces. It manages to fend off some of the lower-leveled goblin hordes, but watching the hobgoblins kill its leader with a single energy slash from kilometers away and decimate over 90% of the goblins on this mountain in minutes makes it realize it is weak. The goblin runs away and never looks back. What it thought was a stable life was swept away from under its feet. Its reality is forever changed. That day, it realized the only way to survive was to become stronger than others. Images of this goblin's long and arduous life flash by as more decades pass. The goblin travels to many mountainous villages like its home, working as a mercenary and seeking out the strongest dungeons while honing its mana control, slow and steady. Without a single skill other than extreme strength, its mana control increases far slower than humans with elemental skills. This is clear as, at age 47, the goblin finally hits level 500 and receives a buff called Heavy Strike. It allows it to pool all of its mana stores into any weapon in its grasp. This increases its growth speed significantly, giving it new hope. Merciless training in the shadows continues, never showing its power to others, replaying the destruction of everything it ever knew and loved from its childhood in the back of its mind. This speeds its travels and ambitions up, never spending more than a few months in any small village, searching for what other goblins and old hobgoblin elders call the Golden City. After 5 years, this goblin finds what it is looking for. A massive civilization surrounds a great lake, with millions of goblins living together and countless dungeons to farm. Their 2 suns, bright yellow orbs in the sky, rise to reflect off the massive source of water, shining a golden light upon their civilization every morning. Just 13 years later, at the age of 65, the goblin hits level 1000 in a central clan's labyrinth, highly regulated by a council of goblin kings at the heart of the city. The many years that pass go by in a blur as this goblin joins the central army and leads many battles in the world's vast wilderness to subjugate smaller clans that are growing too fast, bringing the dungeon resources and goblin women back to the Golden City for the kings. Countless battles, ruthless killings, and endless training flash by as the hobgoblin carries out the bidding of his kings to gain rewards of access to the labyrinths, slowly leveling up higher and higher, reaching level 10,000 at the age of 173. This Goblin King gains access to the Council of Kings, being granted his Goblin King form from his 3rd rank up, now giving orders to new promising hobgoblins that visit the Golden City. The Council of Kings are the only beings on their known world that cultivate divine energy. They have made agreements not to fight for power, as they already rule their world in harmony. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. At the age of 411, this Goblin King becomes the first to achieve a true core in the history of their world, now being the oldest king left, welcoming new loyal kings to their council when they are granted access to the ranked-up labyrinths capable of producing level 10,000 monsters to train with. Their greatest labyrinth, only accessible by the kings, has been stalled at 199 floors. It has consumed a large amount of their second-class world's resources to reach this point. The noble bloodline demon and dragon within it are on less than good terms with the Goblin Kings that have been keeping it for centuries, just one level away from completing its final vetting test. The kings are able to train and bring their levels just below 24,900 max. Another 200 years pass, as the New Age Council of Kings takes over the daily tasks. This Goblin King goes into closed cultivation to attempt reaching a realm above what they believed was the limit. Using all of the farm divine energy from their entire world, as it continues to fly through space and collect more threads from the stars and clusters of divine threads in the unknown. Enough consolidated energy has been trapped for their one true king to use in a final push to ascend past the known limits. Many of the new kings appointed to the Golden City's council have never seen this king in person. They have only heard rumors of his existence. In silence, one day, with only a handful of kings understanding the significance of the rumbling beneath their city, the Goblin King manages to fully saturate its true core and compress it into the next stage, creating green divine energy. Its body is eaten away and destroyed by the pressure, and the shockwave breaks the shielding in the old bunker, creating a sinkhole that destroys a portion of the Golden City. However, system notifications fill this Goblin King's ears, and a green rift opens before him, notifying this lord that he now owns a world and has the option to accept a free basic avatar. More of these memories flash by even faster now, showing the Goblin King arriving in the Ellipsia Citadel, learning of what dungeon contracts really are, and optimizing his world's dungeons for maximum profit. Looking down at the world below him in his world token, images of the battle that destroyed everything he ever knew still plague his mind. The Goblin King trades contracts and invests wisely in other worlds, using the machine learning fighting pods to have his avatar sent out to many other worlds as boss room monsters. However, his efforts do not make him rich. They actually bring far lower than average results despite following the local guides and tactics meticulously. He must face the reality that goblins are a weak race in the upper realm. Even as a second-class lord, 3 times ranked up with a green true core, he still stands no chance against some ogres, high orcs, wyverns, and berserker kings that come from third-class worlds. Most of all, he fears the demons. There are so few races that this Goblin King can feel superior to humans, some wolf races, slimes, and the occasional horned boar or other unintelligent awakened beings from 4th and 5th class worlds. Even humans sometimes make this goblin feel insignificant, as their battle IQ and general intelligence range higher than goblins. After 500 years of work on the Citadel, the Goblin King has managed to get nowhere, barely making it by in the upper realm, feeling as though he is merely ordinary. I see vivid imagery of the Goblin King looking up into the endless green sky, with 2 massive towers on either side of him in the divine city run by demons, feeling as though he is nothing but an ant. Feelings of insignificance wash through this king as he realizes this climb for endless power to feel safe will never end. This is when the Goblin King decides to put away its desires for glory and becoming the strongest. He makes a deal with a criminal group of other second-class Goblin Kings and lower-class orcs far in the outer ring of the Citadel. They work in businesses like acquiring illegal avatars and forced exile subjugation for worlds on the unascended market. The most profitable long-term scheme is in renting exile zones beneath the Citadel and buying slaves to do labor with predatory contracts once worlds are forcefully subjugated. Their appointed lords are brought up from the lower realm with minimal knowledge and thrown into the mines. For the pure resources alone, the cost of acquiring an artifact to open a green rift on low-class worlds is not worth it at all, but hundreds of years in the ether mines can make a hefty profit if done right. This Goblin King goes all in, renting a few zone plots far from the Citadel center, with mostly human and unintelligent beast slaves from 5th-class worlds as his first investment. Many of the workers die after a few hundred years, and none ever make it to the end of their exile terms, as designed. The Goblin King profits a few dozen ether and, in turn, gets to live out his twisted fantasy of killing whoever he wishes and forcing labor in the mines. Things begin to dull after some time as worlds die out, and the king starts renting larger zones closer to the citadel, acquiring the occasional fourth and third-class worlds to speed up the ether profits. This Goblin King's memories of its home world gradually fade away as 2,000 years pass. The reason it ascended to this realm becomes a mystery, and it lives out the rest of its days bullying and killing lower lifeforms of its own race, surveying its zones, and swinging around its sole weapon that it proudly purchased with its first 1,000 years of profit. That is, until one day, the mindless tasks of surveying its slaves take an unfathomable turn for the worst. A human breaks into its zone. All humans are good for is labor and solving fancy puzzles. None of them can ever defeat a Goblin King in a fight. However, on this day, in mere minutes, thousands of years of domination are brought to an end by a pair of hot fists and a human whose skin can't be pierced. After millennia of mindless agony, inflicting pain on others because it knows it will never reach its ultimate goal, the Goblin King's mental torment is finally burned away. Everything goes white. My head sears with the blow-by-blow memories of the mental attack I sent forth on this Goblin King. I let out yells as my physical senses are battered by green divine threads with so much weight and pressure I feel like I too will be crushed into nothingness if I don't act fast in the next few milliseconds. In the vastness of my mind, the 167 planets float before me with all their glory. The Goblin King's home world floats right beside my human world. These two planets have the most prominent and abundant life on them. Both have a similar number of awakened, roughly 500 million. However, the strength of the average awakened on this goblin world is over 5 times, making the average overall level about 250. My inner gaze shifts to the other 7 third-class worlds now floating behind these two. 4 of them have prominent life on them as well, all of them goblin civilizations. They range from 50 to 300 million links of loyalty each. Their average awakened strength is close to the human world I come from, with the average of all awakened being about level 50. 3 of the other third-class worlds are in utter decline, with less than 10 million links each remaining. There are 22 fourth-class worlds, with only half of them having significant life on them, averaging 100 million links each on their thriving worlds, with level 15 average awakened. There are single-digit awakened beings on these planets that ever surpass level 500. Finally, the 5th-class worlds, 136 of them, float behind all of the others. Only 1/3 still have abundant life on them, but their links of loyalty range from 100 to 300 million per planet. The average level on these worlds is about level 5. It is extremely rare to see any beings on these planets surpass level 100. With all this information surging into my mind, and my body rapidly deteriorating, I make the split decision to forcefully use my Rising Emperor's domain and steal 60% of all the stats available to me on these worlds. Chapter 710. As green threads assimilate with my core and body, with these newfound stats increasing all of my being, the gravity pressing down around me lessens just slightly, and the process of healing speeds up faster than my deterioration. Simultaneously, high up above in the citadel, Ember reaps the benefits of my rewards as well. We share levels, stats, and worlds. The green glowing one on his palm, blocking the demon's ether-infused blade, ticks up to 167, and his whole body erupts with an aura of mana control and strength far surpassing what it was moments prior. All of the vibrating silver threads holding the body of this dragon together retract even further back closer to his core, and far less ether is needed to conceal them from outsiders. Ember laughs out loud, doing nothing more than pushing his palm forward, and a hand-shaped blast of white light pushes the demon's curved blade back. While the red-haired human slips out of the way, Myron's eyes widen as he's pushed back several dozen meters, only skidding to a halt when he uses his second curved soul sword to press back against the strange palm-shaped ether attack. It yells out and slices forward, cutting through the white hand with an X formation, making it explode and disperse. But in doing so, its attention elsewhere opens up its side for Ember to land a punch. The automatic defensive features activate to block this blow, but the force is too great to absorb entirely. Ripples of ether flow through the demon's premium grade avatar with the full guard upgrade package. Over 90% of the ether used in this attack is handled properly, spreading out the impact all over the demon's body and dispersing the dangerous energy through its feet. However, the attack was followed through with such precision, and so quickly, that some ether slipped through the barriers, surpassing the limits of first-grade demon's premium avatar commands. Its side grows hot, with a pain that stings like fire, unlike any ether attack it's ever felt before. Next, tingling pain bursts through its left side deep into its avatar, and a demonic roar escapes the monster's toothy mouth while it's sent flying across the dueling room hopelessly, slamming against the back wall. Backup protocols in its full guard avatar activate, and a second shield of mental defenses is placed up once the first barrier is breached. None of Ember's concentrated mental attacks reach the demon's psyche, but that's not to say when it stands back on its feet and stares the puny human down across the room, it doesn't feel embarrassed. It knows the world and its noble Citadel Lord are watching. A furious roar and waves of demonic energy course out from the massive 100-meter-tall unsealed avatar, as it activates its supreme-grade demonic energy manipulation and shadow step skills to disappear into thin air. Ember grins, turning to his right as he senses the two demonic blades appear out of nowhere, sending ether-infused demonic crescents his way. The crowds that fill the tower erupt in roars of surprise, fear, and excitement all bundled together. That human, he just landed a hit on that demon. No way. Are there humans that are actually strong? I've never met one. Ha! I told you this would be good. Quick, send out more transmissions. The fight isn't going to be over in less than a second like I thought. See, I told you it was going to be good. I was here a few days ago when they first fought. This human is an odd one. Just a lucky shot. He's dead in the next move. I'm calling it here.
Wanna bet?
I think this human's going to last at least a full round. Chatter fills the air, and tens of thousands of transmissions are sent out from the Volterra district, even reaching small human and goblin factions on the far edges of the Citadel. Almost every lord is aware of the news, and more fast travel orbs fill the streets. Other local shopping centers tap into the public transmission feed, and Red Ogre sales workers begin licensing out the fight visuals to play in their shops too, as a critical mass for the number of lords in one place is nearing its limit outside the trading palace. In the center of the Citadel, Andris, the only noble bloodline demon around for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, curses at the holograms playing in front of his eyes. From the moment it happened, he's been playing a small section of video on repeat, zoomed in. It shows Ember's world token shift from 1 to 167 instantly. He has outside help. Who could have transferred him worlds of high enough caliber to make up the difference in strength? They must all be first class to give the avatar that much of a boost all at once. Not even the ogre conglomeration has that many left. The noble demon looks away from his screens and begins pacing about with 3 sleeping dragons behind him in the penthouse suite. As excitement grows for Ember's match, equally interested eyes watch a Blackhorn demon's unsealed form clash with the greater energy form of a 3-time ranked-up blue ogre. The massive longsword and club of both monsters clash together, sending waves of hot ether to collide against the walls of the room, making Leonard speak up. Impossible. We ran simulations of your max strength during your duel with the Citadel Lord. Where is this power coming from? Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Torvak smirks, channeling large amounts of the newly refined ether from his dormant stores that he hasn't tapped into since he was a Citadel Lord back in the day. The Vermilion family head personally subjugated many of the citadels around the Grand Citadel and appointed strong leaders to each of them. While losing hundreds of first-class worlds over the millennia has weakened the stat gains granted by his avatar, his real power, his ether, faded with time as it wasn't simulated or refined with high-grade elixirs. The strength being shown today is a peek into the past, and even Andris Vermilion sees the readings in the holographic replays now, showing secretive techniques he has only ever seen the family head use. Leonard is oblivious to this fact, that he is fighting an ancient blue ogre with fighting knowledge far surpassing anything he's ever seen before. To him, he is just a gang leader that their Citadel Lord stole worlds from every once in a while. He activates his divine grade body double skill in response, making 5 copies of his avatar with equal strength surround the blue ogre, yelling through all of them. No matter. You've pulled a few tricks of your own when you see your life is on the line. I will bring you to your knees and make you understand that the Vermilions are not to be messed with. The main body of the demon releases its sword from the standstill they've been locked in and uses the body-swapping perk to rotate between all of the doubles now closing in on Torvak from all sides. While this blue ogre can launch very powerful attacks and imbue his soul weapon with enough ether to block this demon's blade, it is still true that his avatar is far weaker than a first-class unsealed demon with over 20x more worlds in its possession. However, Torvak's grin doesn't leave his face. He whispers as all 6 blades get within a meter of piercing his vitals on all sides. That is a very nice technique. It might have worked on me 50,000 years ago. Then, static forms all over the ogre's avatar, and Torvak releases the full power of his supreme grade lightning summoning, infused with dense green threads of divine energy. At the core of each arc of electricity are dense, compact mental attacks, each capable of melting this demon's mind. The whole dueling room erupts with electricity, and it keeps flowing out with no stop in sight. The bright green arcs of light bounce off the walls, disintegrating the 5 doubles in milliseconds and causing the remaining real avatar of the first-class demon to yell out in agony. Hundreds of miniature ether barriers are formed all over its full guard avatar, sending pulses of ether into the ground to disperse. The first few happen easily, and backup mental walls are formed all over the demon's psyche, managing to keep out the electrically charged compact ether attacks. However, it doesn't stop. A few turn into a few dozen, and that turns into hundreds. In a matter of seconds, over 1,000 highly concentrated lightning strikes collide with this demon, and a single zap finally seeps through the backup mental barrier. This turns its screams into mindless roaring agony, as one attack slipping through opens the floodgates for more. The crowds of lords outside don't stop growing, and words of this exciting second match fill the public discourse. That's the leader of the ogre conglomeration, isn't it? I didn't know he ever showed his face in this district. I heard he used to be the Citadel Lord.
Yeah, no wonder.
Did these demons really think they would have stood a chance? He's like a lightning god. That's a really rare affinity, isn't it? So cool. That's our boss. I knew he wouldn't lose to a mere first-class demon. Yeah, their noble lord got way too cocky to think the ogre conglomeration head would roll over and take it. Ha! Everyone begins rooting for the electrified blue ogre, and the fear of the demons in the citadel begins to waver as they feel maybe they've been manipulated into believing these creatures are stronger than they are. These thoughts are even more heavily reinforced when the purple-horned demon facing Ember changes its tone from arrogance to fear. What? What is happening? What did you just do? These words come out just after Ember easily dodges the 2 incoming demonic slashes cloaked in its shadow step, and the demon feels a horrible burning sensation in its side, right where it was hit moments ago by Ember's fist. Ember doesn't bother to answer, kicking off the wall and spinning to land a kick against the demon's opposite side. This kick sends the demon flying backward again, with eyes full of fear and worry as it catches a glimpse of the nearly translucent flames flickering on Ember's hands and feet. Then, as a resounding thud vibrates through the demon's body when it hits the wall, it looks down at the 2 wounds on either side of its torso and sees these same barely visible clear flames burning into its body. Plumes of demonic energy and ether healing commands surge into the affected areas, but the demon's heartbeat speeds up and its stomach twists, making it unable to speak. The translucent flames aren't going out, and they're only spreading faster the more it tries to heal them. Ember grins and yells while running toward the terrified demon. What? You thought I didn't have a skill or 2 of my own? Demons sure are simple-minded creatures. How'd a group of amateurs like you ever take charge of a citadel? The demon attempts to dodge and block as Ember jumps upward, covered in translucent flames. A loud twang echoes through the room as the red-haired human collides with the intersection of Myron's crossed blades. Ember lets his supreme-grade fire summoning, melded with his soul energy and pure ether, loose, spreading the corroding waves of fire over both of the soul weapons tight in the demon's grasp. They melt away, creating an open pathway for Ember to strike the demon directly in the chest where its divine core and demon lord's core lie. Another shockwave of ether-infused soul energy flames collides with the full guard defenses. The demon attempts to slash at Ember, but its blades are gone, down to their handles, and the demon is frightened even more. Its throat is shut with fear, and it tries to run away with its shadow step technique, but Ember follows, sending fists and kicks at the demon to corrode more and more of its upgraded avatar's special defenses. Sometimes being the strongest isn't always a good thing for one's life progression. Being given worlds, nurtured by unbeaten demonic lords, and trained to believe that there are no stronger races than the demons does, in fact, breed self-confidence to the highest degree. However, the result of this reality being shattered makes it seem as though a veil of lies is being lifted away from this demon's eyes. Its words finally muster out a weak, "Human?
Impossible.
How are you this strong? You are our slaves. All of you, you're a means to the end goal, where we can make the family head proud. And one day, meet the overseer." It was a lie. Ember's calm expression, with a slight grin, doesn't change at all as he beats this demon senseless. Its broken soul weapons fall to the ground of the dueling room, and patches of its avatar melt away to become defenseless. This is more than enough open space for Ember to send pulses of his compact mental attacks inward. With far more refined ether than their first duel, sending multiple of these attacks per second does not take the same toll of mental and physical fatigue that it did before. The demon disgraces the Vermilion family name by running from a battle, and its final wall of mental defenses is mercilessly attacked by Ember's onslaught. The full guard avatars are quite strong, gifted to Andres Vermilion by the family head over 10,000 years ago in case of emergencies. However, they are no match for the abuse being put on them now. After over 300 highly targeted mental attacks, finally one breaks through, and just like Torvak's lightning, this allows a clear path for Ember's next strike. Myron's mind goes white, and Ember does not stop or slow his brutal onslaught for a second. Both of the dueling rooms are lit up by two demons' avatars slowly being torn apart by fire and lightning. The minds of the demons within both, long gone, stare into a white abyss, unable to feel their bodies or know what they even are anymore. Their limbs dissolve, and their soul weapons are melted away by flames and shattered to pieces by thousands of lightning strikes. Nothing remains of the two demons other than a faint green glow of their world tokens, their cores in their chests that are being battered and on the verge of collapse, and the scrambled minds within their skulls. However, at the peak of excitement rolling through all of the nearby districts, and the ear-piercing roars and cheers around the trading palace, an odd action takes place. Both the human and ogre cease their attacks just seconds before killing their opponents. The shattered and fried avatars fall to the dueling room floors, and the obliterated minds of both demons see nothing but white. The crowds watching all go silent, unable to understand why this duel was cut off right before the grand finale. However, the noble demon lord watching from the center of the citadel grits its teeth in anger as it knows exactly why. Chapter 7:11. The 5 great demon families are bound together in an alliance to rule the upper realm. It is their family loyalty and strict hierarchy that keeps them from betraying one another and focused on advancing for the good of their family branches. To ensure these strict rules and regulations are followed, all demons within the major royal branches have their avatars connected to a central interface monitored by all of the family heads. If any demon dies, all the families will be notified, and the threat will be dealt with swiftly. This is a well-kept secret. Only high-ranking first-class lords who have dealt with demons in the past, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, back when demons didn't have as much power in certain zones of the upper realm, are aware of it. While the average lord in the crowds of the Volterra district feels as though their show was stopped right before the best part, the human and ogre putting on this display know very well that if they were to end this match by killing these demons, they would be in far more trouble than they can handle right now. In the center of the citadel, Andres, the noble Vermilion demon stationed to watch over this citadel, curses loudly while pacing back and forth even faster. Ember's voice echoes out through the hologram at the front of his massive room, and Andras hears the words echoed for millions of lords to hear. Is that all? You demons challenged me, a fifth-class human, forced me to accept your terms, and you were beaten this badly just because I purchased a few avatar upgrades. Ember walks closer to the mutilated, melting avatar at the back of the room, shaking his head. Torvak speaks at the same time while stepping a heavy foot onto the remains of the chest of the demon in his room. Out of respect for the Vermilion family head, we won't kill these runts. For the strong to bully the weak is cowardly. The ogre conglomeration will do business with any race that gives us a deal, and I will gladly challenge anyone who believes we have wronged them. However, this is the last duel I shall accept on such baseless, shallow claims. The ogre steps off the avatar and kicks it aside, looking up to the ceiling of the dueling room. Ember takes a similar stance, as they know exactly who is watching. The Citadel Lord yells out with rage, but he didn't receive this position for his strength alone. Andras Vermilion is a very intelligent, tactical, noble demon. He understands that the opponents he is dealing with no knowledge from an era before he was brought to the upper realm just 18,000 years ago to follow the family head. An utter defeat like this is quite an embarrassment, but it can still be salvaged. Their family head has not been notified, so everything that has occurred here is still contained on a local level. Only the Ellipsia Citadel knows of this blunder. The demon opens up a few panels of his status to yell for some of his servants. Close the Citadel ports. I want all fast travel orbs to and from the sky base halted until this matter is taken care of. As the demon closes his status, he's faced with the fact that even though these two have caused him great trouble and damaged his family name in front of millions of lords simultaneously, he should be thanking them. If Ember and Torvak had killed both demons then and there, the Vermilion family name would have lessened in stature in the eyes of the other four great families. Even the family head would most likely fire him from his post and replace the Ellipsia Citadel's lord position with a strong first-class demon being nurtured in the Grand Citadel, or possibly the new noble lord that is said to be arriving soon. While it looks like a declaration of war on the outside, there are many layered meanings to this display. He believes the ogre conglomeration wants to make a deal before they're inevitably squeezed dry of resources. It is better to make a scene and take what they can get while they still have some influence in the city. An interesting tactic. You had a better hand than expected. I guess it's now my turn to make another move. The demon whispers in a room alone as both of the dueling counters for the first round hit 0, and the automatic system declares the human and ogre winners of their duels. The dueling room's life support systems take the two demons in, assessing their shattered avatars and damaged minds, administering the best stabilization treatment they can on-site. Their bodies are locked away in private holding rooms within the World Trade Palace. The crowds around the Citadel erupt into cheers and chaos, quickly getting over the fact that the demons weren't killed, and crafting their own theories as to why. Public perception of the demons has now been twisted. While they are still the most feared and dominant race, questions about how they even took control of the Citadel wander into people's minds. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Gossip from old lords who remember when the ogre conglomeration was in power spreads fast, and the narrative of a Citadel war on the horizon becomes the main topic of concern. The fact that a human beat a demon still interests some, but it is forgotten quickly as the invisible fire was nowhere near as flashy as the enormous ogre's lightning strikes and greater form. When the two walk out of their dueling pods, neither says a word to the crowds of interested customers as they walk back to the isolated room overlooking the district. Torvak opens up his status as they overlook the streets filled with millions of lords talking about them. Ember stretches his arms and legs, then sits right back down in the chair, throwing his feet up on the empty table. Well, that went better than expected. I didn't have to go all out. Torvak chuckles at Ember's words while reading thousands of transmissions coming in from business partners and high-value customers. I haven't fought like that in quite a while. The mandatory system linking avatars up here really does make the new generation rely on their command tech way too much. I almost feel bad for them. Torvak then stops on 2 notifications and connects his status to the room's holographic system to show Ember. He replies with a grin. Looks like the High Orcs and Berserker Kings are already interested in reforming the alliance. Torvak nods, continuing to scroll through the incoming messages. Yes, but the Wyverns haven't said a word. They're the cautious types. Torvak's eyes reflexively turn down to Ember's palm, and his expression fills with curiosity, though he doesn't pry.
Ember replies.
They're loyal but have been on the brink of extinction far too many times to join in matters like this until they're certain of victory. They'll come around after the next phase. Ember's crimson eyes peer down to his palm as well, entertaining Torvak's gaze. This is from the help I said was on the way. Looks like he'll be making his way up here pretty soon. As these events shake the Citadel's culture to its very core, my entire being vibrates and processes copious amounts of divine threads. I'm fighting my own internal battle down below the clouds. I watch the corpse of the Goblin King I just killed dissolve away, as the thick clouds of divine energy in the atmosphere tear through it like it never existed. Without a soul to bind with the matter, the avatar breaks away as if it is just raw mana I'm standing on. However, this is the least of my focus. As my feet hit the hard black rocky ground, the immense amount of green threads within me still tears and churns away at my own flesh. However, I feel much more able to fight back, and within just 10 minutes, I assimilate with all the power granted to me and the excess threads I exposed myself to while absorbing this power. What took over an hour to adapt to while falling through the sky down here now only takes 10 minutes. And I even feel lighter on my feet with far more divine energy in my core. Memories of the Goblin King's ether stores at roughly 400 low-quality ether, and a far better understanding of how these avatars really work now flood into my mind. My ether stores have risen by over 25x, and I have a clear-cut path through these exile zones to the Citadel that I've watched the Goblin King travel thousands of times in its life. The ins and outs of many districts within the Citadel become crystal clear, and the knowledge of how dungeon contracts are formed and placed on worlds is the most mind-blowing part that sticks with me. With all this comes the Goblin King's thousands of years of sorrow. When these emotions hit me, I push them to the back of my mind and come back to reality to see Ava's worried gaze staring at me from less than 10 meters away. I look up and speak to her, watching the years that have gone by since the Goblin King bought her on the exile slave market and stole her world replay in the back of my mind. You're free, I guess. It's quite odd to look at her now, with far more knowledge of her past and the very realm we stand in. Up until now she's been my guide, teaching me the ways of this strange world. But in an instant, the roles have swapped. I smile as her eyes of worry don't cease, but I raise my hand and wave it in front of her face while walking closer. Your world is fine, by the way. I got it right here if you want it back. I stop about a meter in front of her, and she finally replies, how'd you do that? And what are you? Where did you really come from? I shrug. Put your hand out. I already told you everything. I fell from the sky because that citadel wouldn't let me in past their automated defense protocol. She raises her hand with a 0 on it, and I raise mine with 167 to press against her palm. Then I speak again. The only way I'll be able to transfer this is if you swear your loyalty to me. Not as a new exile contract or anything, just as a follower, or better described, a co-lord. We're going to need to rewrite that permanent exile code on your avatar if you ever want to make it out of this zone. Ava's eyes widen, as detailed memories of the Goblin King placing exile contracts on countless lords flash through my mind. It works similarly to mind and body control buffs, like the Curse of the Lich Kings or the Sun God's curse mark, but is manually registered into each avatar. The only way to break it would be fulfilling the contract and receiving a new avatar. Or in this case, I believe rewriting the permanent buff is possible if I replace it with a stronger one. Ava replies, if that is truly possible, I swear my loyalty. As she says these words, I open up my purple barrier again, exposing myself to the pressure outside, and mimic the vivid feelings the Goblin King shared with me when his avatar would transfer worlds through its token to others on the free market high up in the sky. A notification rings in my ears, confirming a new link of loyalty, while the new perk I earned allows me to co-own a world with any lord that swears their loyalty to me. Her palm lights up with 1 as I transfer the third-class world this Goblin King took from her. My palm flickers down to 166, and back to 167. Once the link of loyalty is formed, her eyes widen, and for the brief second that our skin is touching, I feel joy and thankfulness rippling through. But I soon fall to my knees, writhing in agony from exposing myself to the pressure of the outside again. 10 minutes pass, and my mental state becomes clear again after absorbing even more green threads forcefully thrust into my core. Looks like it worked. My head turns back in the direction of the base camp, where many goblins are knocked out cold from the pressure of our fight that ended over 20 minutes ago. Others are starting to wake up and struggle to stand to their feet. Ava looks at me with a concerned expression again, as 2 times now I've fallen unconscious for many minutes in pain, done the impossible by stealing worlds from a lord I killed, used unique avatar commands, and exhibited many other odd tendencies and words that don't add up. She's equally enamored and confused, but I point to the base camp of green domes. I'll explain things later. Come on, let's check on your mining squad, then get out of here. We have to move fast before the owner of this exile plot realizes I killed the Lord renting 4 of his zones. Chapter 7:12. As we start to walk, my gaze catches the massive black axe stuck in the ground, one that didn't dissolve with the Goblin King's avatar. Many memories of this lord using a system storage rush through my mind, but training to replicate that ability without avatar commands seems far too time-consuming right now. I turn to Ava and yell out, pointing to it. Bring that axe along with us. I want to save it for later. With the rapid increase in my adaptation to this environment, I estimate I'll eventually be able to walk around without my purple barrier. When that time comes, I'd like to feed my soul sword every bit of loot I can get my hands on. Ava's confused look makes it clear she doesn't understand why I'd want this worthless chunk of black, dead soul weapon material. But after what she just witnessed, she decides not to question my intentions. However, she has a different concern. My avatar doesn't come preloaded with storage space dash. I reply quickly, as more memories of the Goblin King piece together in my mind. Check your shop function. There should be a small storage feature for 10 ether. I'll pay you back, but we have to go. She opens her mouth to reply but closes it just as fast, opening her system interface and doing as I say. Seconds later, a green and white sliver of space opens up in front of her free hand that doesn't hold her hammer. Then the axe from this battle falls inside. Quickly, we run to the center of the mining zone to check on the remaining goblins. The majority of them are still out cold, but a handful have managed to stand. 2 in particular I recognize very well. We head straight toward them. Ava confronts Troy and Rain, explaining what happened and convincing them again that they can trust me. I press my palm onto both of the goblins' hands, gaining 2 new links of loyalty with the 2 5th-class goblins. I manage to complete both transfers in a single go with my barrier open for almost a full second, but it still takes about 10 minutes to recoup feeling in my body. I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. It's mostly to appease Ava when I tell her I want to leave all these underlings behind. But also, I want to have eyes and a direct telepathy channel down here accessible to me if need be. On the outside, my words and actions may seem cold and cryptic, but I'm taking the simple, optimal path that doesn't take much thought while processing a lot of information. My mind is quite scattered and busy conceptualizing the thousands of years of new memories. I've received glimpses of the past via the Originator's Tomb and Celia's ability before, but those were just slideshows of someone else's life. The memories I received from Draco Vermilion were vivid and overwhelming too. However, it was just a few hundred years, mostly consisting of training and waiting within cultivation rooms and a labyrinth. To add to the simplicity of the demon's memories, I received them once the threat I was facing was defeated. I had all the time I needed to digest and ruminate on their information. Now, I've received vast knowledge of a race on the other side of the galaxy, and his ventures within a realm that trades entire worlds like they're nothing more than gold coins. My perspective of my existence in reality has vastly expanded. The Goblin King's memories were nearly 10 times as long as the demon's and packed with hundreds of times more information. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. It's impossible to sift through it all, but very recent memories surface in my mind that happened right before my battle with this lord began. It shows me the path this Goblin King took to get here from the Citadel just earlier today. Every month, all Lords of Exile plots are allowed to descend from the Citadel and collect profits from their zones. On the underside of the Citadel, a large mountain of black rocks climbs up to almost touch its base. This is where the power plant at its center drops the drained world tokens, and they fall into the endless exile zones for scavengers to mine. This mountain of forgotten worlds loses its steep walls the farther away from the Citadel one travels. So far out here, the ground is basically flat. The zone we're in now is near the outer ring, where only 5th-class Aetherstones can be found. Many call these zones the Hollow District, as the souls cursed to work in these mines never find anything of profit. It is well known that lords of this status never have lifespans long enough to fulfill their contracts. The middle ring, which I ventured near a few times with Ava watching near the border, is filled with 4th-class Aetherstones. The central peak, the steep mountain land right below the access point, is where fortunes can be made. It's privately owned land not available for rent, where 3rd-class and above Aetherstones are said to be mined. Between certain exile zones, there are pathways that are common ground, neutral zones where lords can venture to and from the Citadel access point. The Goblin King took his time making his way over, and this was the last zone it visited. I've wasted a long time healing after the battle, and even if I book it with everything I have, taking the winding neutral path between exile zones isn't going to get me to the access point in time. A blurry map of certain zones in the Hollow District and Middle Ring floats in my mind. Memories of the Goblin King's past pair these random zones with faces of all kinds of illegal avatar dealers, slave traders, and shady lords. Once I recover after granting the 2 goblins their worlds back, I see a clear path I can take to make it to the access point in time if I run now. It isn't exactly going to be a legal route, and it may stir up some chaos in the city above, but I already unknowingly committed to this path when I killed the lord renting this plot. I look up to Ava as I stand to my feet. Alright, the access point to the Citadel is closing. If we don't run now, it's going to take at least another month before we'll get another chance. I look back to the goblins, watching even more of the small green lords hold their heads while standing to their feet behind Rain and Troy. We can't bring them, but I promise we'll come back. In the back of my mind, memories of the Black Market district on the edge of the Citadel flash through my thoughts. I know exactly who owns these plots, and for the right price, any deal can be agreed upon. I just hope I don't meet with them until after I leave this place, as they often come down here to survey their more valuable plots in the Middle Ring. Ava looks saddened by my words, but my urgency and confidence in my decisions over the last few minutes make her believe every word I've said. Understood. She turns to the 2 and holds their hands, saying a few words to them while I turn my gaze into the green fog, straight in the direction we'll be headed next. After half a minute passes, the goblins scurry away and start helping their fellow lords. Many of them look very injured and fatigued. It makes me wish Abby was here. She could have healed them all in an instant. With this train of thought, another memory floats to the front of my mind. A time the Goblin King entered a shop in a high-end store in the Ashenblue district, right near the center of the Citadel. This is where he purchased the ability to send a signal down to the lower realm, contacting the kings of the Golden City back on his homeworld. Vague imagery of the possibility of sending and receiving items and energy between realms comes to mind, but I push them back to my subconscious as I focus on the present. Ava and I run forward, powering our footsteps with ether, leaving the mining base behind us, straight toward the barrier we had been walking along for days. As we near it, Ava's face shows hesitation, but her actions don't falter as she runs straight through. Her eyes widen with surprise, and I grin as my theory that my Rising Emperor's buff would override an exile contract is confirmed. In my internal interface, I see her status clearly now. She is level 4521, with a Hobgoblin transformation buff, a Lone Warrior's energy form buff, and a single skill that has never been upgraded called First Instinct. Memories of many other exile zones the Goblin King owned sift through my mind as we run forward. No other zones in the Hollow District's outer ring ever had a 3rd-class lord like her in them. On top of that, none of my new memories, nor my experience sparring with her over the last few days, ever showed me her energy form or skill in use. I believe there is far more to this hobgoblin than I first assumed, but I decide to push off bringing it up once we're not in such a time crunch. I yell out after climbing a large hill of black rocks. All right, this is the edge of the neutral path separating the Hollow District and the Middle Ring. We can't afford to go around the long way, but the next two zones should be clear. Their lords have most likely already started making their way back to the access point. We can take a shortcut and run right through them. Chapter 7:13. With ether powering our footsteps, Ava and I make great time rushing through the two empty zones that make up the first portion of the Middle Ring. Each plot ranges from 5 to 25 kilometers wide, and the neutral pathways between zones are a few hundred meters thick at most. Within the two zones we cut through, many exiled lords with 0s on their palms show up in my senses as they continue to work, mining out pits of stones just like back in the Hollow District. From my new rush of memories, I can calculate these plot prices and know many of the workers here have exile contracts that need thousands of ether to be fulfilled over similarly long 1,000-plus-year contracts. Many of the workers in these mines come from third-class worlds just like Ava. She should certainly be placed in a contract like this but was stationed out in the Hollow District for some reason. As we pass by, many don't even look our way. We're using up lots of ether to speed through, and those who do look at us quickly lower their gazes to avoid offending a lord like myself with over 100 worlds. When we get to the next neutral checkpoint in my senses, we follow the curving pathways around a zone that my past memories tell me is always occupied by a strong second-class orc lord. It is far stronger than the Goblin King I just fought, and the pathway we're on is basically a straight shot to the next empty plot in my mind's eye. Ava keeps up with me, as still keeping my barrier closed doesn't allow me to use my divine energy or mana to push myself faster. On top of that, she's now benefiting from the 500% all-stat buffs that linking a third-class world to one's avatar grants. In the Goblin King's memories, I can see that 5th-class worlds granted a 50% buff, 4th granted a 100% buff, and the single second-class world it held granted a 2,500% buff to all stats. There are stacking limits depending on the avatar granted to the lord. Basic avatars can only grant 25 planet buffs per lord, and the high-grade avatar the Goblin King had allowed up to 100 planet buffs. No memories of what first-class worlds grant in stat buffs or the limits of a premium avatar come to mind, but it makes my mind spin with many questions as we continue our travels. I keep quiet, processing all these thoughts, and my mind eventually calms down quite a bit. One thing doesn't add up, and I decide to turn to Ava and ask. I couldn't help but notice. Most of the third-class lords we've passed don't have true cores. How did you manage to awaken yours? Words from Ember and the Lich King come to mind, as before I awakened mine, they all said a similar thing, that if I were to compress my core before reaching a green core, it would bring me far more power later on. From what I've seen down here, the only two beings I've seen achieve a true core are Ava and the Goblin King. It took hundreds of years and the cumulative resources of an entire second-class world for it to achieve this. Ava replies as I continue to theorize in my head. Long story short, an ancient Goblin King descended from the upper realm to die on my world in peace, most likely millions of years ago. They left their inheritance deep beneath the crust of our world. My unique skill happened to point me in the direction of its tomb, with enough divine energy for me to almost saturate my true core in less than 30 years. The next strongest hobgoblin on my planet was lucky to awaken their red core in 300 years with the natural divine energy in our star sector. She grins and turns to me with an eyebrow raised. What about you? A third-class human with a true core? There must be something special about your world. There's no reason a demon would waste one of those ascension artifacts on it otherwise. I think about her words carefully and realize I've actually succeeded in a similar way. Celia's pocket world was an inheritance of sorts, as for decades it allowed many humans to extract enough divine energy to compress many true cores. In the end, it actually gave us enough power to stop the world from being taken by demons. I nod and reply, a similar thing happened to me. A higher life form left behind enough divine energy for me to ascend. I pause as we make it to the edge of the next abandoned zone. First instinct, right? That's the name of your skill. What does it do? Ava shrugs. Not surprised I know its name at all. and looks off into the green mist in front of us. I still don't know. Sometimes I feel it helps me with battles, boosting my reflexes. Other times, I believe it allows me to seek out high levels of energy, like an improved mana sense. It is always active like a passive skill, but I can pour mana into it to increase its range. There is never a decisive answer, only a warm, instinctual feeling. I look at her with a curious and confused gaze. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. When I look at her skill within my internal interface, there are no details that tell what this skill really does either. I can't confirm or deny anything she's telling me, and this mystery interests me very much as she continues. Look, it's hard to explain. I activate it when I have hard decisions to make, or am in a life or death scenario. It's never proved to lead me astray. She chuckles. Though I was having my doubts when I chose to willingly be an exile in the Hollow District instead of a 400-year contract in the Middle Ring. Things tend to work out. My gaze tightens with skepticism. A battle instinct or large energy sensory field that helped her find an inheritance tomb makes sense. However, deciding to work until she dies instead of picking a shorter contract term on a whim sounds insane. I decide to look back into the mist and point, not wanting to challenge a string of coincidences I can't prove. If she believes it to be so, that is fine. Come on, let's move. We speed run through 3 more zones, making it 50 kilometers deeper into the Middle Ring, closer to the Citadel. Hundreds of past treks to and from the Citadel of the Goblin King rush through the back of my mind, and its speed doubles mine with ease. If, in our battle, it had decided to only dodge and use its overwhelming strength and speed to its advantage, it could have easily gotten away. Ether alone in my footsteps isn't going to be enough to make it. I stop once we get to the edge of another abandoned zone, closing my eyes and trying to make a mental map, but many of these areas this far away from the Goblin King's plots are unknown to me. Mostly unexplored territory. They just appear as black foggy blotches in my mind's mental map. It is impossible to know if running through them will result in the same success as the last 5 empty zones, or if there will be waiting lords mad that we're trespassing, like the orcs plot I avoided before. When my eyes open, I shake my head and whisper under my breath, "We have to take the risk. I'm not spending another full month down here." I run forward instead of taking the long way around on the neutral path, and Ava follows without any hesitation. Minutes pass and we make it through, just like any other abandoned zone, and my confidence to do so again rises, so we run straight through the next mystery plot without stopping for a second. Over half an hour passes, and we run though half a dozen more mystery plots with no problem. Many of them I shouldn't even know if the Lord owners are present, as we don't even run into any workers on a few of them. However, I find myself in the dead center of a mystery plot, with no known zones on all sides, and hear a loud resounding yell come from the mist in front of me. "What zone do you come from? State your name. Who dares step on my land?" The voice is deep and confident, and I sift through all of the new voices that the Goblin King has dealt with down here in the mines and even up above in the Citadel, but none come to mind. This is an unknown lord with an unknown strength, and I don't know at all if they're territorial or if this is merely one of the exiles that works on this plot. So I reply in a calm tone, not wanting to cause any more trouble than necessary. "We're just off to the access point before it closes, no other reason. We'll leave your plot at once." Before my words even cut off, I see 3 massive crescents of ether-infused energy cutting through the eerie mist in front of us, curving around to close in directly on me. I grit my teeth while channeling ether into my hands, then jump forward to block the 2 crescents as they intersect. A bright explosion of white light, green divine threads, and crystal-clear mana-infused water magic bursts all around me. The brunt of the blow is stopped by my barrier, but the intensity of ether that ripples through me is near the same attacking force as the Goblin King's axe, and it was a long-range attack. I fall back to the ground, landing on my feet, and Ava lifts her hammer in defiance behind me, but I yell out again in a far more stern tone this time. "We're seriously not here to fight. I'll transfer you some ether for the trouble if that's what you want. We're going to be late for the access point. I don't want to make an enemy out of you." A loud roar comes back, and a deep yell follows. I do not care for your excuses, and I do not want your ether. This disrespect will not be tolerated. You will die for stepping onto my plot. Thieves! This is followed by echoing footsteps, and the figure of a humanoid creature, over 7 meters tall, comes our way. As its body comes into even more focus, I begin to see a long tail trailing behind it and thick scales covering its body. Despite the green threads vibrating out from it, the shapes all shimmer with a shade of dark blue, and its sharp eyes match this color. My gaze shifts to its hands and feet, which are covered in black armor, same as its middle body covering its vitals. However, as this blue-scaled lizard man lets out another roar, I watch the black-armored gauntlet around its right three-clawed hand glow with ether, mana, and divine energy, telling me this is certainly a soul weapon user we're dealing with. The thick gauntlets cover up its world token, so I can't see how many worlds this being has, if any at all. It charges forward much faster than either Ava or I could run on our way over, so I know I'll have to engage. I charge up my fists, channeling the same mental energy that cooked the Goblin King's mind in seconds, and yell even louder as it lets out another 3 energy blades from its claws. Last chance. Back down or I'm not holding back. I sense Ava already moving her stance behind me to dodge the impact of these slashes, so I just allow all 3 to hit me across the body point blank, taking the brunt of the blow while focusing on charging my fists with even more compact ether. It feels much easier, faster, and second nature to separate the brighter, tougher physical ether from the compact and compressed translucent ether that comes from deep within my mind. The charging lizard man doesn't seem to register anything I'm doing as it charges up its other gauntlet and lets out another 3 water-based ether blades my way. I allow them to hit my purple barrier, and it does nothing to me but fill my body with a light tingling sensation. As the beast gets within striking distance of me, I shake my head and jump upward. While punching the blue-scaled lizard in the chest, I yell at it again. I told you to stand down. Then, I release a concentrated mental attack that flows right through its armor and permeates its avatar's instant defenses with ease. The lizard's eyes roll to the back of its head, and it stops its roars and furious charging instantly while falling backward with me standing on its body. My first thought is that this is all a waste of time and energy. While I'm in the wrong for trespassing into its plot, it could have just let us leave. This makes me think twice about killing my partially innocent attacker. Though, before I can even decide whether or not to continue running and spare this mindless beast's life, I hear even more rumbling footsteps coming from all around us. My gaze locks eyes with Ava as I jump off the lizard's chest and stand beside her holding her bright white hammer. Then, we stand back to scan the rolling hills and deep mining pits of black stones, preparing for whatever this rhythmic rumbling coming our way is. Very soon after, we find out exactly what these footsteps and growing shadows are. Over 100 identical blue-scaled lizard men figures emerge from the fog and move in on us from all sides. Chapter 7:14. No more voices ring out. Only footsteps and hot ether-imbued auras emerge from the green fog around us. The pull in my ether senses tells me all the approaching lizardmen have ether strength similar to the one I just incapacitated in a single attack. However, it most likely means these are all just minors, and their plot lord is not present. I try to sift through more of the Goblin King's memories as the hordes of lizards come out of the fog in full clarity. Every single one of them has the exact same deep blue scales as the one lying unconscious nearby. However, many of them carry varying soul weapons. I spot swords, shields, clubs, axes, daggers, hammers, and strange weapons I've never seen before. All of them simultaneously glow with a bright white ether radiance, and I draw a blank in my memories. This patch of the middle ring is still a complete mystery to me. The Goblin King always trekked many zones away from this one. All the surrounding zones from here until reaching the central peak, where the land actually slants upward to form a mountain, are unknowns. Even conversations I recall with the merchants and slave traders in the black market never mentioned renting out these plots. They're all certainly privately owned. I snap myself back to reality to deal with the situation at hand. It doesn't matter who owns this plot. I just need to make my way through. I call out again. I'm not here to make a mess. I just want to leave and make it to the access point in time. My gaze scans over everyone, and not a single one of them flinches. I know that no matter how many physical attacks I take, my purple barrier can protect me. However, the tightly gripped hammer in Ava's grasp, less than 10 meters away from me, doesn't put me at ease. There is no way to protect her with enemies coming from all sides, and her avatar limits the amount of ether she can use in a single attack. Even if I gave her half of my stores right now, it wouldn't make a difference. Transferring some of my base stats to her might give her a slight edge, but it would drastically decrease my own fighting ability and healing speed in case I'm injured. Only one possibility comes to mind. I make the split decision to use my internal Rising Emperor's domain interface to share my mythic grade All-Seeing Eye with her and transmit quick instructions on how to upgrade her skill. It will drastically increase her reflexes and, hopefully, a little luck. There isn't much more I can do other than yell through our link while I run forward. Stay near their fallen miner. I doubt they'll go all out and risk killing a fellow lizard man. I watch her skill proficiency tick up to special grade, then legendary grade, and finally mythic grade as her eyes widen and she steps backward toward the sleeping lizard man. My fists burn hot with condensed mental ether, and my footsteps trail with bright physical ether streams. Even now, it's become easier to tap into this power than it was moments ago. I just visualize and manifest the same feeling as I did in my last 2 battles and challenge the marching blue-scaled lizards without fear. Their eyes show no fear at all either, and when I run far enough away from their fallen miner, a barrage of energy slashes comes flying my way. I'm hit from every side, but the attacks aren't much more powerful than the ones I received head-on before. Over a dozen energy slashes dissipate, and their ether invades my body. But it is nothing more than hot tingles that are instinctively healed by the time I take my next step. A smile grows on my face as the marching lizard men send more attacks my way, and they do little to no damage while I quickly close the gap. However, I notice that some of their attacks are not water-based. I sense wind blades striking me, concentrated crescents of fire, and even the rare attack made of mana-summoned stone. While it's unexpected, it isn't something I need to ponder much. With every attack powered by ether, being the only substance that can penetrate my defensive barrier, the makeup of the mana base doesn't matter to me at all. I jump upward to collide with a dual sword-wielding lizard man and punch its blade, not even aiming for its body. The impact is more than enough to send waves of my condensed ether through its soul weapons, attacking its psyche with a horrible shock. I gauge their strength to be similar to the Goblin Kings and only send enough deadly ether into their minds to knock them out, not kill them. Unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. They are in the right here, protecting their land from a random rogue lord trespassing on their territory. Even if I did kill them, I would make another enemy out of an even stronger lord ruling over all of them. This is my thought process as I turn midair to strike another lizardman's incoming spear while the sword wielder I just clashed with falls backward unconscious, staring blankly. As my fist collides with the spear's tip, another one falls, and I land on the ground, changing my fists to turn toward the next one. I waste no time, running in jagged patterns, using condensed mental attacks one after another on the lizardmen aiming to kill me without fear or remorse. They see their fellow warriors falling left and right, but dive toward me to try and land attacks like loyal soldiers. My proficiency with my attacks grows faster and more concentrated with every punch I throw. I land hits on the sides of some lizards' armor, collide with others' weapons, and strike bare scales on others. Each attack I throw tones down my ether consumption because my proficiency rises. If I punch too hard, I'll easily fry these monsters' minds permanently. Dozens of warriors fall, but from the depths of the fog on the horizon, I begin to see more shadowy outlines of another row of lizard men joining the battle. While I could fight here all day, that's part of the issue. I want to get past this zone and make it to the central peak. Yet I don't know exactly how far I must travel or how many soldiers will appear. At this very thought, while I punch a lizard man out cold and land on my feet, I see its palm tightly grasping its weighted longsword and notice an unexpected one on its world token. I lunge forward, blocking an axe swinging down on me while stopping a dagger user from the other side. both with fists full of condensed mental ether. They fall unconscious the moment they collide with me, and I pay far more attention to their palms, noticing the same one on each of them. I run forward again, receiving over 50 slashes across my body. Some are strong enough to throw off my footing, but none are strong enough to do any real damage. I knock out another 14 lizard men. Every single one of them has a 1 on their world token, and I realize things here might not be the same as every other exile plot I've seen before. I look back and spot Ava, standing atop the first lizard man I knocked out. Her glowing white hammer is raised above its head, and about 24 lizard men surround her with their weapons raised as well. She's using their fellow man's life as insurance, and they're at a standstill. A 1 against 24 standoff, when all of these lords have at least second-class strength, would not have gone in her favor no matter what she tried. Her tactic worked out well to stall, but it won't last forever. However, it seems like the more I fight, the more lizard men gather around me. The next line of blue-scaled lizards has now emerged from the thick green fog, essentially replacing the fallen soldiers I've taken out over the last minute. Not good. We're going to miss the access point closing at this rate. I whisper under my breath, surrounded by over 100 lizard men converging on all sides. Even more emerge from the green fog on the other side of the battlefield, and the 24 surrounding Ava double in numbers quickly, with far more troops approaching. Every single one of them is a lord with a world of their own, and the odds of both of us making it out in one piece drastically fall. I try to rack my brain for more ideas as the seconds pass and more lizard men fall around me. When I think things couldn't get any worse, I spot a far larger problem. Above, a few hundred meters in the air, just high enough for my vision to see its shadow, the outline of a massive creature flaps its wings overhead. My eyes widen as the only thing I can see is a glowing 1426 in the sky as it circles above us, watching its underlings overwhelm their prey. Meanwhile, even higher above the clouds in the Citadel, a meeting is taking place on the top-floor office of the World Trading Palace. Torvak answers 2 calls incoming from his system interface, linking it to the room's conference feature. 2 large holograms stare back at him and Ember. One of the holograms has a user tag reading A6793, and the massive 9-meter-tall high orc below the tag gives a professional smile as he sees his company. Congratulations on your matches. I believe this is a secure channel, correct? Ember recognizes the face of another first-class lord he's done business with in the past, but Torvak replies with a thin smile. It should be secure, but a trip to a central meeting point to discuss real business would be far wiser. In theory, while using linked avatars, any of our conversations can be tapped. The high orc grunts and nods, looking over at the second hologram in the room with the user tag Zashin 1005. It belongs to a towering 12-meter-tall berserker giant king with terrifying sharpened teeth, green eyes, and 2 massive long swords in its grip. The swords are raised in the air as it joins the conversation. Oh, come on. Who cares if they hear us? You've already basically declared war on the demons. We're going to have to fight them no matter what we say. Ember laughs and speaks. Zash, you haven't changed a bit. Ember grins with his arms crossed and looks up at the massive hologram. The berserker giant lets out a laugh of his own. No one calls me that, but... His eyes widen as he realizes who this red-haired human really is. No way. You're really back. Ember nods. Indeed. You think Torvak would provoke the demons like this without a plan? And I'm Ember from now on. Ember the human. The berserker giant swings its swords about and even throws one spinning up into the air so high that it disappears from the hologram's view. Asik, the high orc, looks far more serious as he replies. It's good to see you back. Times have changed up here. I've managed to stay alive and keep a large amount of my first-class world safe, but that's only natural for us, the warlords of the Ellipsia Citadel. Many of my lower-class races have had to resort to selling illegal avatars and black market deeds just to get by. Torvak nods slowly and replies, Yes, I've brought Ember up to speed. He has seen my books and knows of the demon's suppression. Zashin catches his sword midair and jumps in. I've also managed to hold a good amount of my first-class worlds. Most of my newly ascended race does all right too. We make enough in the Grand Citadel's yearly fighting tournaments to get by. And, for a side business, many of the first and second-class demons use us as their sparring puppets until our avatars break. We're the only race strong enough to stand up to their raw strength and speed. Ember nods along and finally replies, "Good. I studied the books and spent a few days in the Volterra district listening in on the general concerns of citizens. While it looks as though this citadel is still booming on the outside to visitors, all it would take is one more noble demon to show up, and the power balance would tilt entirely in their favor." He pauses, glancing over at Torvak's messages and noticing one still completely left in the dark, continuing his thoughts after a few seconds. "Before I explain what I'd like from you, I have one question. The Wyverns. I didn't expect them to call in after a single stunt, and of course without confirmation that I'm truly here, but I'm curious. Where have they gone? Not a soul spoke their names in the streets these past 3 days. It's as if they've disappeared from the upper realm." Chapter 7:15. The massive shadowy figure flapping its wings in the clouds above continues to circle the battlefield, watching its subordinates surround and overwhelm us. I'm not necessarily in any real danger. However, in my current state, I can't fly to get away from these seemingly endless hordes of blue-scaled lizards. The best I can manage is a few steps into the air, and even then, the monsters surrounding me are far faster, so running wouldn't solve my issues. I'm able to easily knock out every creature I hit. Whether that's making contact with their weapons or scales, every collision adds another fallen lizardman to the ground and simultaneously increases my ether proficiency by a small amount. While none of the hits I'm receiving help me train my healing or make any massive leaps in progress that shock my system, I'm still growing stronger. Yet, out of the corner of my eye, I watch the lizardmen surround Ava, and one even throws an attack despite Ava threatening to drop her hammer on their fallen lord's head. It is a surprise attack, a white wind crescent from a curved blade aimed at her back. The ether within it is strong, but I've come to realize while digesting the Goblin King's memories that my ether senses are quite unique and fine-tuned. Those with normal avatars can't sense the heat coming their way instinctively, so my eyes widen when I see Ava jump up in the air to start the momentum of a backflip, throwing her hammer forward, missing the fallen lizardman's head beneath her by less than a meter. Her aim was not to injure or even scare the lizards around her. It was to create extra momentum to throw herself upward on a gut instinct. The white energy blade from behind schemes under her feet by millimeters, then curves upward to avoid the hordes of lizardmen nearby. While I punch 3 more lizardmen out cold and start running Ava's way, I watch over 3 dozen weapons heat up with ether, divine energy, and mana, preparing their attacks to hit the easy target in the sky. I'm equally shocked at her ability to dodge an attack from a being far stronger and faster than her, but simultaneously spare the lizardman's life below her while jumping up in the air with a smile on her face. My punches speed up, and I take out 10 more enemies, but I'm still over 100 meters away when she reaches the peak of her jump into the air. She is upside down, gracefully finishing her whole flip, rising above the sea of lizardmen from my point of view. The looming 1426, glowing in green circling above us, dives downward, and its wings grow larger and larger in my vision. Its pointed head, with sharp blue and black eyes, pierces out from the fog, and its wide-scaled blue wings flap again as it swoops down to reveal its enormous body, stretching over double the distance between myself and Ava, covering the entire battlefield with an eerie shadow. Right before the lizardmen below release their attack, its deep and wise-sounding voice echoes through the sea of lords. "Halt your attacks." Ava falls to the rocky ground in the center of all the lizardmen as they grip their weapons but don't follow through on their attacks. Even the lizards around me step back, uncharge their weapons, and lower their heads. The massive creature above flies all the way overhead, and I see its clawed legs and tail trailing behind its body. A blue wyvern. I whisper under my breath, recognizing this creature from a special floor on a labyrinth I farmed long ago. However, this creature that is flying over me now is hundreds of meters long, far larger than any simulated wyverns I've faced. Along with that, no memories from the Goblin King ever mentioned the existence of wyverns at all. As these thoughts race through my mind, It continues to circle around us, and the lizard men all back away, receding like shadowy outlines in the mist. Some of them remain visible, while others are now just out of sight. I run over to Ava, through the dozens of lizard men I knocked out during their attack. She is completely fine, grabbing her hammer from the ground as I come near, and the massive wyvern circles around again to land in front of us with a resounding thud. Its taloned feet grip deep into the loose rocky ground, one of them glowing with its world token. It brings its wings inward, making its body look far smaller once it's settled in. The creature stares down at us with a curious gaze, and a bright orb of white translucent light erupts from its forehead. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. At first, I try to put up defenses, but it expands extremely quickly, far too fast to react to, and by the time I activate my ether defenses, the ball has already washed through the entire battlefield, then dissipates into the air like it was never even there. The wyvern's mouth opens again, and I hear its low and calculated voice speak once more. Who are you? A human with the abilities of an elder lord before this era. It is an impossible feat. Your race cannot even reach a lifespan of 1,000 years in the higher zones. Its sharp eyes shift and focus as if it's looking through me. Yet I don't feel any hostility coming off this massive creature. It looks like it wants to ask more questions but waits in silence, ready for me to answer. Seconds pass, and I feel Ava moving closer to me, very confused at this turn of events and far more scared of what will happen next than I am. This is because all of the lizard men that litter the battlefield around us begin to wake up, stand to their feet in a groggy manner, and then bow to the wyvern. I'm positive the attacks I sent into them should have knocked them out for hours, if not days. Yet after being consumed by that pulse of ether from the wyvern, they all are miraculously healed. It reminds me of how Ember sometimes heals, so I don't waste any more time and reply. I could ask the same thing to you. That was not an avatar ability. In the same moment, I close my eyes, trying not to forget the imagery I just witnessed, and ball up ether that I would normally use to probe my surroundings, focusing it in a small orb within my consciousness. Then, I release it, showing a much smaller ball of white light erupt from my mind and cover the battlefield. It certainly isn't as strong as the wyvern's, and is missing the healing properties it infused. However, I managed to send a pulse of ether perception out over 500 meters in all directions, increasing my senses by over 2 times and heightening its depth by a large degree. I sense dozens of 4th-class ether stones in the rocks around and over 250 lizard men within my immediate perception. Their ether glows hot in my senses as bright as day. However, it is exactly the same in every one of them. Systematic, machine-like, all stored like identical data in the avatars they wear. My senses even pulse through Ava, as she's the closest to me, and I sense all of the ether stores within her avatar. It is hot and strong, yet it is all in its physical base form, like the basic attacking and blocking maneuvers. None of the lizard men or Ava have any condensed, translucent mental ether within their bodies. In fact, they don't have any ether within their true beings at all. It all floats within this artifact that is here in place of their bodies and isn't even theirs to begin with. It's like a piece of gear they're temporarily using, giving them quick fixes of power but ultimately stunting their long-term growth. My mind is being blown at this realization while simultaneously looking into the massive wyvern's being that glows with an immense amount of both physical and mental ether. It has an avatar, but I can tell there is a great separation between its true mind and the mana and divine energy that tethers it to this physical plane. I can't see too deeply as I only let out a single pulse of perception, and the feedback I get is far too bright and convoluted. It looks similar to the first time I looked into Ember's body within the throne while using my ether senses for the first time. The wyvern's eyes shift again, and it speaks in the same calm tone. We both may have secrets to hide, but I must know one thing. Are you aligned with the demons? My heart rate speeds up at this question, but I reply quite quickly and honestly. Considering I had to kill one that was trying to take over my world to get here, and they kicked me out of their citadel before I even stepped foot on it, I'd say we're not on good terms. The wyvern doesn't move, but its gaze stays locked on us as it thinks over my words. We're at quite the stalemate here. Both of us know that this wyvern is stronger physically, but it witnessed me take its underlings' attacks head-on without flinching or receiving a scratch, and the probing it did earlier most likely revealed the fact that I have a demon lord's core in my chest. Given the memories from the Goblin King about the demon's overwhelming rule of the citadel above us, I can infer this creature doesn't want to risk offending them even if there is a small chance I'm one of their servants. However, there is much that I don't know. No memories of these so-called elder lords before this era come to mind, as the Goblin King must not have been old enough to hear of this name. It never even knew wyverns existed. I try to take advantage of this gap in knowledge while respecting its power. We do not want any trouble. I had no knowledge that you owned these plots. My partner and I were just trying to make it to the access point before it closed. And well, that may not be possible now, but we don't want to fight. The wyvern doesn't take as long as it usually does to reply. I thank you for sparing the lives of my subjects. However, I do not believe your words, and I cannot let you leave my land. A human like you with such power logically should not exist. My belief is you are a demon in disguise, and you have violated the terms of our agreement. Its eyes focus more, and I start to see ether glow around its body. Speaks again. I have intel that a new noble demon is arriving this month. It is not impossible that this is a plot to plant the seeds of our extinction once and for all. So, I will ask you to prove you are truly against them, or you shall never leave this plot alive. Simultaneously, above, in the meeting of elder warlords of the Ellipsia Citadel, eyes widen after Ember's question about the wyverns that have gone missing. No one replies for a full 10 seconds. Even Torvak, beside him in the room, starts to sweat. However, as no one else wants to speak, he is the one who breaks the silence. The Vermilion family, 12,000 years ago, its family head made its footing to be declared the fifth great family by exterminating the Wyvern clan. They were the ones with control of the Grand Citadel after all. It's only natural their remaining troops went into hiding. The room goes silent, and Asik, the High Orc, adds to Torvak's point with a saddened nod. I haven't received a transmission from them in over 10,000 years. Last I heard, the last Red Wyvern was publicly executed in the Grand Citadel 6,000 years back. The Berserker Giant King still keeps its battle-hungry grin, but undertones of anger can be heard as it swings its blades in the hologram and replies to Asik. I got to fight a bronze wyvern 8,000 years back in the battle tournament. But yeah, they're as good as gone. I'm sure many are in hiding still, but the Citadel surveillance would surely pick up on their presence the moment they showed themselves in public. Ember stays silent for a moment after this information comes to light, but behind his eyes, an even mix of fury and excitement stirs. Finally, all of the puzzle pieces of this zone of this upper realms fall from its former grace fit together in his mind. Chapter 7:16. The wyvern's gaze doesn't move off of us, and continues to become more skeptical as I try to explain why I'm here. I assure you, I am not aligned with the demons. This agreement you've made with them is not knowledge that I have. The massive, blue-scaled monster stares with an unchanged gaze, but I feel the ether aura around it begin to grow hotter. As it already said, it didn't believe me and wants concrete proof. The ground beneath its taloned feet starts to vibrate, and I think through all the possible ways I could convince this random creature I'm not aligned with the demons. However, its logic is quite sound. From all the knowledge I've already gained from the Goblin King, humans cannot grow much further than goblins. Even the king would have trouble facing one of the scaled lizards I was facing with ease moments ago. The dense demon's core in my chest doesn't help my position at all, but I reply with the truth. That noble demon you speak of, the Vermilion family's next lord, right? I killed him to protect my world. I fell down to the exile zones by accident. It is merely a coincidence we've met. I trespass to try and make it up to the Citadel. The wyvern's gaze finally changes, but it is not in the way I would have hoped. This growing ether aura increases in intensity, and it yells back. A human, killing a noble demon. Do you take me as a fool? The ground shakes, and many piles of black rocks all around us begin toppling over. The massive monster doesn't move. It still sits in place staring down at us, waiting for an explanation. However, there is none to give. I contemplate opening up a telepathy channel with Ember, but the distance from here to the Citadel is still thousands of kilometers. I need to defuse this situation myself. I'll prove it by killing the Vermilion family head. Memories from Draco's life rush through my mind, and I see the 2 conversations he had with the family head on the demon's homeworld in the lower realm. It was stated that once he made it to the upper realm, clear instructions on his family duties, and the opportunity to meet the royal family head would become available. It is safe to say the demons that attempted to enslave my homeworld are a common enemy to this blue wyvern, so the claim I yell isn't out of the realm of possibilities. Its eyes widen, and the shaking ground paired with the expansion of its aura stops all of a sudden. It is possible you're serious. Would a spy sent down here even dare to say such a thing? Its tone turns to ponder my words, and I stare up at the massive being for over 10 seconds as it thinks. The tension in the air doesn't break until the wyvern stretches out its wings, and a thin smile appears on its long face. I do not believe your words, but I do think your reason for being here is far more complicated than I've made it out to be. I have a test for you. Complete it, and you'll make it out of here alive while simultaneously getting to the access point before it closes. A rush of relief washes through me as the wyvern flaps its wings, then turns its body to whip its long blue tail around, moving hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye before crashing down in front of me. The movement was so fast I couldn't even see it until it already finished. It covered its scales in dense white ether that feels searing hot just looking at it for too long. The shielding that covers its scales moves up its tail and covers its entire back as it speaks again. Both of you climb on. I will take you to the central peak. If you are truly enemies of the demons, and have such ambitions to kill the Vermilion family head, then taking out the Exile Guardian first shouldn't be a problem, right? Ava is frozen in confusion. Everything that has happened in the last few minutes makes no sense at all. Considering she has little knowledge of the Citadel other than the basic rules and regulations transmitted from avatars and her brief stay above the clouds when being processed before her contract date began. I am in a similar state. While the Goblin King has seen the Guardian before, it was in the neutral zones and always from a great distance. Plus, with no ether senses active, all I know is its race. The imagery of a shadowy Cyclops figure that roams the large mountain of ether stones below the power plant comes to mind, but I don't know anything other than that. It doesn't trust me, and its words make it sound like it doesn't believe my story about killing a noble demon. However, from its shift in tone, it sounds like it is trying to make the best out of a strange situation. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. While I'm certain it's trying to take advantage of me in some way, in some ways I'm trying to do the same. So I reply, very well, point me to the enemy, and I will pass your test. I look at the curved tail that leads to the wyvern's back and hesitate. I might be quite heavy. Its gaze tightens again as the bright white shielding covers its entire body. Then another pulse of ether comes out from its forehead, rippling through both of us, focused solely on perception. Then, its eyes widen. Your existence defies reality once again. Another wave of white ether wraps its body again, and it nods. Your unique avatar should not be a problem. My eyes widen back, as I can't tell if it sees my true form or if it really thinks I have a special avatar. This being has unfathomable strength and wisdom. I decide not to question its words any further. I just nod and take a few steps forward, but stop right before the edge of the wyvern's tail and turn back to put out a hand to Ava. Come on, let's pass this test. If he wanted to kill us, we would already be dead. I feel the activation of Ava's skill ripple through my Rising Emperor's domain interface, and a second later, she steps forward with full confidence to grab my hand. Both of us turn and step onto the wyvern's tail and walk up it while the monster stretches its wings, preparing to fly. As my footsteps move up its scales, concentrated ether moves to match my movements, and it lifts its tail upward, withstanding the immense mass I carry with ease. We make it to the middle of the monster's back, and it flaps its wings hard enough to bring us off the ground, trailing thick streams of divine energy, mana, and ether behind as we begin moving in the same direction we were traveling before. Flying right above the surface of the exile mines, less than 300 meters off the ground, I can still sense faint signatures of lizard men and hundreds of fourth-class ether stones flying by beneath us. I try to visualize and pinpoint where we are heading in relation to the crude mental map I've pieced together from the Goblin King's memories. But this entire area of land in the exile zones is a complete unknown to me. The only memories I have are of taking a long winding path around these zones, and my curiosity only grows the further in we fly. Minutes pass, and our speed only increases, making me believe the stalling I've done fighting these past hours will probably be overcome. Entire plots of exile zones fly by beneath us, as Ava continues updating me through our internal telepathy link every time we pass through a barrier that is impossible for me to see. The wyvern stays silent, just flapping its wings and cycling dense ether through its body, using up more stores with every flap of its wings than I've ever used up in my entire life. I can't get a proper read on this mystical creature at all. As confused as it is about my existence, I'm equally confused about his. The wise, resounding voice breaks me out of my pondering after over half an hour passes. We should be nearing the edge of my claim soon. It borders the edge of the middle ring and the bottom of the central peak. My current avatar contract forbids me from leaving, so I must watch you complete my test from the sidelines. I raise an eyebrow at its words, and simultaneously, the wyvern's body tilts upward with its next wing flap, reacting to the shift in the ground's tilt. Instead of flat mines with occasional pits, now we're flying up a steep incline that looks like it will never end. Sounds of large amounts of stone moving hit my ears, along with the echoing vibrations of teeth grinding. Loud thuds of footsteps fill my senses as well, along with grunts and screeches that vibrate through the air for all to hear. An eerie cold, demonic presence radiates from in front of us, but it doesn't feel like it's coming from a single point. The wyvern keeps flying upward, and a bright light shines through the dense green fog far away, high in the sky. Soon after it appears, the wyvern's flight path shifts to begin flying in circles rather than moving forward. We're on the backside of the mountain. While you could pass through the zone barrier and leave my claim without ever fulfilling my test, you will have the wyverns as an eternal ally if you do. Your appearance has been the first that has truly piqued my interest since the fall of the Grand Citadel. It pauses as my mind fills in the imagery of what my imagination hears. An enormous mountain of ether stones and dead, drained black rocks is before us. It is thousands of kilometers wide. The bright, glowing white light in the fog is the underside of the power plant. Once a month, many lords dump their worlds into the incineration artifact, and many dead stones are dropped down here. It stays open for many hours, and a black market business formed to create opportunities for lords to use this as an access point to and from the Citadel. While a gang of orcs mostly runs the exile contract business and covers the logistics of renting out plots to lower-class lords, like the Goblin King for example, the true owners of the Citadel are still the demons, and they want to be in control and get a piece of every profitable avenue they can. The central peak, a wide mountain rich with third-class ether stones and above, is now covered in green-cored ascended demonic beasts. I've only seen similar creatures once before in my life. That was within the abyss that surrounded the throne on my homeworld. However, memories of a long-lost past of Draco Vermilion, on his homeworld when he was a young fledgling demon, come to mind. He fought off ascended demonic beasts that covered his planet. The Goblin King has seen what covers this country-sized mountain, and I can instantly visualize the enormous demonic sandworms churning through the rocks at the base of the mountain. They are surrounding it to make sure no illegal intruders come from unauthorized zones, making these grinding sounds ring through the air. The heavy thuds, grunts, and screeches are the demonic orcs and ogres that circle the higher, well-carved-out paths of the mountain near the middle area. They overlook and guard the areas above where the demonic sandworms make their nests, circling the peak and making sure all approaching lords take the single neutral path on the opposite side of the mountain that we're on to make it to the access point. Lastly, right beneath the blinding white light, standing at the top of the peak, a 250-meter-tall ascended demonic cyclops holds a soul weapon with a ball on a chain, overlooking the entire peak as its guardian. Creatures like this are mindless and feral, infected by darkness and only good for war and destruction. The demons often only use demonic beasts for training in the lower realm. However, exceptionally strong ones are forcefully ascended to the upper realm, as there is always a use for tools like this. As this visual comes to life in my mind, the wyvern descends and slows its circling until it comes to a thud on the ground right in front of the final zone barrier between its land and the demon-owned central peak. This is your test. If you are truly an enemy of the demons, and have killed the Vermilion family demon as you claimed, I want you to fight your way to the top of this peak. Surely, killing another noble demonic being shouldn't be a problem for you. Chapter 7:17. Another noble demonic being? I reply as the slope of the wyvern's back makes it easy for Ava and me to slide down, coming to a thud on the slanted rocky ground beside the large monster. It replies while looking up at the bright white light. That's right. The guardian of the exile zones comes from a noble grade world. No one but the noble demons can control it. Perfect to keep lords that indulge in illegal business in line down here. I consider its words and compare them to the knowledge I already have. As far as the Goblin King was aware, second and first-class lords rule the business world in the citadel above. On top of that, certain races live longer and have far higher innate talent and strength. Long-lasting power in the upper realm leads to greater family backing as well, which can lead to the inheritance of higher-grade worlds to stack the buffs within one's avatar. For the average lords, having a few third-class worlds is enough for most of the citadel to show respect. However, once a lord steps into the limelight of having even one second-class world, the true pinnacle of power becomes far clearer. The ogres, high orcs, and berserker giants are the highest private holders of second and first-class worlds in the citadel, their leaders being the only ones allowed to hold the first-class worlds. The Goblin King's memories contain no knowledge of noble-grade worlds ever being traded on any market. However, whispers of the demon citadel lord coming from a noble world did pass by whenever its subordinates roamed the streets. My memories of Draco Vermilion coming from a noble-grade world are quite foggy. It was only a fledgling demon for a few short years before it was taken from that hellscape. However, if this wyvern says the demonic Cyclops guardian atop this peak comes from a noble world, it must be a similar strength as noble demons. As I stare off into the green fog, I know there is a neutral zone between the middle ring and central peak. If Ava and I ran forward right now, we could walk around the mountain's base and attempt to go through the access point the legal way. However, the wyvern's ancient and wise gaze burns through my back. If the Goblin King had no knowledge of what noble worlds even were, and also had never heard of wyverns, my guess is this being that has brought me here could certainly be a powerful ally if I accept its test. On top of that, the many thuds of footsteps and churning teeth sound like more power just waiting to be absorbed in my ears. If this wyvern hadn't saved us all this travel time by flying, I'd be disappointed to not have the chance to fight the demonic beasts before me. From its confidence and its tone, it sounds as though it wants to leave this zone and even challenge the Exile Guardian itself, but it cannot for some reason. I speak while taking a step forward. Very well. Noble or not, I'll kill that Cyclops if it means you'll be an ally. Enjoy the show. Before my words even finish, I walk right through the zone barrier, and Ava follows behind with wide, nervous eyes. I stop walking about 24 steps in, bend down, and pick up an ether stone glowing with far more hot light than any I've seen before. I throw it to my side where Ava follows. I owe you 10 ether, right? How much is in that? Her eyebrows raise, and she scans the stone before the mechanical instant drainage command pulls all of the ether from it. 2.09. There was over 2 ether in that. A third-class ether stone. I've never seen one before. I smirk while moving higher up the inclined slope across the neutral zone, looking left and right to see the ground littered with 5th and 4th class stones. Every few dozen meters, another 3rd class pops up, and I throw it to Ava. By the time we cross the kilometer-wide neutral zone, and the movement of rocks and grinding of demonic sandworms' teeth gets extremely close, I've thrown Ava over 23rd class ether stones. They range from 1 to 3 low-quality ether in each one, far surpassing the amount I owed her for buying that storage command. There, you're paid back with interest. You'll need it. She replies with a thanks, but finishes her words by telling me to stop, as I'm less than 10 meters away from the invisible zone barrier that restricts demon-owned land from the central peak. I wait a few seconds for her to catch up. While doing so, I replicate the pulse of perception the wyvern showed me when we first met and send it out into the unknown to get a better feel for the sheer intensity of the ether flowing through a sandworm rumbling by underground. I can't see it, but I can feel its power, certainly stronger than the lizardmen in the plots we just left by a long shot. Its ether is consolidated in its avatar, so I'm quite confident that given enough time, I could defeat it. It doesn't have advanced ether properties to be wary of. Carefully placed mental attacks would most likely be enough to take them out if I fight them solo. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. However, the vibrations and echoing sounds that fill the air reinforce the fact that there is far more than just one opponent before me, and many of their capabilities are still a mystery to me. I speak up as Ava walks up beside me. You know what you told me when I first landed here that stuck with me? We're lords. We fight to protect our home worlds no matter the cost. Right? The hobgoblin's grip on her hammer is tight, and the nervous gaze she had when we stepped into this neutral zone has grown even more, though she resolutely stares forward, following my lead. Of course. I stare up at the peak and continue as the ground shakes, a sandworm churning through the rocks extremely close by. We're granted abilities because they're meant to be used. She nods, keeping a straight face, while I picture her jumping above the lizardmen far stronger than herself with no fear. Then again, facing the Goblin King to save her fellow mining squad mates despite its overwhelming power. Right? While I open up my Rising Emperor's domain interface in my mind, I recall the days of training we went through, helping me assimilate to this foreign land when she was far stronger than me but helped me surpass her with ease. I grant Ava a slot as my 5th general and reply, well, we have a long fight ahead of us. We might as well start off giving everything we've got. Her eyes widen as a notification rings in her inner ear, and a new function of the buff on her status shifts to allow her to pull a maximum of 3% of the stats available on all of the residents of my many worlds. I watch her avatar burst with a bright green light and see the divine energy around us curving toward her. She only pulls a small fraction of the stats available. Without opening up my purple barrier, I can't feel the true extent of the power increase these stats she's taken has translated to. They are merely numbers on a screen, and to test out the power I've granted her, she's pulled less than 0.1%. No words come back as a reply, but her face is now filled with awe and excitement instead of worry and unease. Come on, I wouldn't have accepted this test if I didn't think we had a chance of passing it. Let's kill some demonic beasts, I say while walking forward through the zone barrier into the territory of the central peak. Ava doesn't hesitate to walk by my side, glowing brighter and brighter with a visible green aura. Once we both pass through, the constant grinding of teeth and moving stones halts. I feel many presences shift and stop what they're doing. Then hot ether signatures begin rushing our way from above. In response, Ava's brightly glowing avatar rushes forward so fast it's hard for my eyes to track. Trailing green light is left behind, and I follow upward while powering my footsteps with ether, readying my fists with layers of condensed mental-infused attacks. The upward slope has flat ledges and deep ravines, pits where worms must have traveled before. I wrap my way around them, making sure not to fall in the deep holes scattered about, and hear a guttural screech as streaks of flashing green light fills my foggy vision. Ava's figure stepping through the air, flying while holding her bright white hammer, is all I see at first. But as soon as my vision catches up with my ether senses, I see an enormous demonic sandworm emerge from the fog, bursting out from the rocky ground. It's covered in green divine energy and infused with dark purple demonic energy. Its teeth churn massive amounts of black stone, spinning in circles, with countless rows of them stacking back into its demonic maw. It looks to be easily 25 meters wide, and it's impossible to tell how long just by sight, but my ether senses track its avatar back hundreds of meters. Ava tests out her new, absurd rise in stats, jumping back and forth through the air, while the demonic beast attempts to track her movements. But its speed falls short. Her white hammer, filled with ether, slams down on the monster's tough flesh all around its head as it emerges from the ground. However, automatic avatar shielding appears in bright white blotches wherever it's hit. Despite her increased speed, the system's reaction time protects this beast from injury. Though, her boost in raw power still packs a blow, sending the monster's body flying backward from the pure force of the mana-imbued attack. This is the result of the screech I hear, though it only makes the beast angry. Ava flies forward, charging her hammer again, trying to get a feel for this new increase in stats. I run along the ground, following as the earth shifts, erupting upward as more of the worm's body is pulled from the ground, creating avalanches down the side of the mountain. When I see the demonic worm attacking back, Ava easily dodges midair. But two more enormous heads of demonic sandworms emerge from the sides of the mountain to our left and right as well. I can't even sense where their bodies end, nor can I pinpoint their world tokens. The dense fog still hides many mysteries. Flashes of green light fill my vision as the two heads of the monsters dive down to get a piece of the action, attacking Ava. But she becomes faster and faster, pulling more stats as her senses and instincts grow more used to the shared power. I run upward toward the scene, jumping onto large areas of stone that slide down the mountain behind me while I ether step upward, until I finally jump straight into the fight. The rightmost sandworm senses me coming and plunges its open demonic maw right in my direction. While I'm not quick enough to dodge, Ava is fast and strong enough to hit it across the side, making its flight path miss me and plunge into the rocks beside me. It gives me enough space to concentrate and land a punch on its hard outer layer of skin. I get blowback from even touching its hide, as the automatic physical ether defenses send shockwaves of pins and needles through my hand and up my arm. Additionally, I'm sent flying back into the air, but a grin is plastered across my face as I feel the mental attack leave my right fist and seep straight through its automated defenses, moving right toward its psyche. I take advantage of being thrown in the air, twisting my body around as another enormous sandworm dives down my way. Ava slams its neck with her hammer and gives me a shot at punching it with all the stored potential in my left fist, releasing another mental attack straight through its avatar to attack its true mind. Physically, again, I'm far weaker and am sent flying backward with vibrations of sharp physical ether attacking my wrists, arms, and shoulders. It feels far more intense than the direct blow I received from the Goblin King in the chest, shocking my physical senses and making both of my fists, which I used for these attacks, go completely numb with pins and needles as I flood the impacted areas with more ether to heal them. I'm sent hurtling into the hard mountainside while two of the worms let out ear-piercing, ground-shaking roars of agony as their minds are taken over by foreign ether attacks with unique deadly properties they've never felt before. Ava contends with the middle worm, pushing it back into the fog even further away from my senses. I push myself up out of the crater I've been thrown into and raise my fists to create identical attacks, while the sharp tingles in my arms fade away. The two dark purple sandworm heads wave back my way. Their minds may be burning with hot, searing pain, but as mindless war beasts, their fighting instincts still allow them to battle, even now with fractured psyches. I run forward. Looks like these worms are pretty durable. Just one hit won't be enough. The wyvern, watching from the base of the peak, doesn't change its expression. The ancient dark blue eyes stare up and reflect the white light of the power plant. Behind its gaze, it is reminiscing a past battle involving hundreds of its fellow noble wyvern that died in the Grand Citadel's clan war many years ago. Chapter 7:18. The two massive demonic sandworms dive down toward me, and my fists glow with bright white light. Behind their heads, zigzag patterns of flashing green mana and divine energy fill the sky as Ava slams the worm that followed her down to the ground, while coming back to throw off the course of the worms heading my way. The stats she's pulling from my many worlds are steadily rising as her avatar acclimates to the new power. This is clear to see because instead of just changing the worm's general direction by a few meters like her first hits, they get pushed around helplessly, slamming into the slope side of the mountain while screeching as they don't understand where or how they've been hit. Their ether defenses block the physical damage, but Ava is moving too fast for them to see. This disorientation gives me enough time to land two punches filled with condensed mental ether into one of the worms and use the force of the blowback of the automatic defenses to send me flying into the side of the other worm to land my first mental ether-infused kick. While I'm sent flying again, I feel Ava pull even more power, creating a dense gravitational field around her, and channeling it all into her sole weapon to strike it across the side of the head as it tries to get up and strike us down the middle. While I land on the ground with sharp ether pains all over my body, my eyes widen at the sight of Ava's hammer's impact. Her ether imbued into the strike is quite basic, not greater than the amount she used in sparring with me. However, the surrounding glow of dense green power is so great, it blows all of the dark black and purple demonic energy shielding away from the worm's tough hide, and the brutal impact force of this blow tears the entire worm out from the ground. Hundreds of meters of black stone fly into the air along with the worm's entire body, and deep green cracks in its avatar vibrate outward from where it was hit. The raw force of this attack is too overwhelming for mere automatic ether defenses to fully contain. On top of this development, the two sandworms I've struck with more high-powered mental attacks try to screech, but their minds give out before either of them can let out their entire cries. Their heads go limp, twitching and shaking the ground, unable to even support their battle instincts. In seconds, they've been overpowered. Even though victory seems imminent, I don't hesitate to go back in with just as much vigor as my first strike. The knocked-out head of the sandworm slowly slides down the mountainside while I ether step on top of it and continue pummeling away at its thick hide. The first 24 punches are filled with mental attacks to make sure it's not waking up anytime soon, and the next 24 are to break through its automatic defenses. There is some blowback at first, sending more sharp pains through my arms, but after a portion of its avatar is shattered, I'm tearing through its inner flesh and aiming straight for its divine core. Violent waves of demonic energy and divine energy surge out from its body, but my purple barrier makes it feel like a warm breeze while I shatter its core. I only have to keep my barrier open for a fraction of a second for all of its energy to flow in. I don't even stop what I'm doing, repeating the same ruthless process with the second down sandworm, shattering its core and absorbing its power. While I jump out from the second worm and look up toward the top of the peak, I watch Ava zipping through the sky, slowly shattering the avatar of the final worm. It puts up a far greater and primal fight, as its mind is still intact while Ava battles it to the death. My own mind begins to receive 2 pairs of memories as my divine core fills up with far more green threads. My demon lord's core drains all of the strange black and purple energy from these beasts. My ether stores increase by over twice as much, surpassing 1,000 according to my rough calculations, and on top of it all, system notifications ring in my ears. 2 new dark planets float in my mind's eye, and hundreds of years of mindless battles and killings flash by on both of these worlds as I watch the lives of these sandworms play out. With Tilda. They're both small worlds, with a few 100,000 demonic beasts on each of them. However, the pure boost in base stats per demonic beast that these new links of loyalty have activated is similar to the average citizen on the Goblin King's world. This is roughly equivalent to level 250 on average. Stolen story. Please report. These were 2 second-class demonic sandworms. More and more memories flash by, as these worms lived quite similar lives in the desert regions of their worlds that were shrouded in the darkness of demonic energy. Similar to living within the abyss. All of the monsters that show up as links of loyalty now in my system have their names tinted purple, and a complicated conversion of stat points takes place. Some of the beasts on these worlds have never wielded mana, yet the buff they're forcefully acquiring is a mana-based one, and their strength in demonic energy is being automatically converted to a mana-leveling-based system before my eyes. I cannot tell if this is a normal system feature that has to do with the world token, or if I'm actively mutating monsters and their systems as they come into contact with me. I've never looked into the status interfaces of demonic beasts before, nor have I ever had one swear loyalty to me. Demons themselves are linked to the mana systems because they make contracts with dragons to use labyrinths. It is quite unclear to me whether their ability to level up was always an underlying ability, or if tapping into the mana-based system is not naturally possible without external help. Sifting through the worm's memories doesn't give me any additional information on these ideas either. No intelligent thoughts from these mindless war beasts are transferred to me, so it is quite easy for me to digest these memories and push them to the back of my mind. I watch a bright 169 in green text glow on my palm while witnessing Ava deal an incredible finishing blow on the worm before me. Its avatar is shattered in half, and Ava crushes its divine core with a single hammer swing before landing on the ground. She raises her hammer in victory, and at the same time, I fall to my knees in order to fully process the new threads that have entered my body in the few fractions of a second I've opened my barrier. The remains of all 3 worms dissolve away, leaving deep tunnels in the mountainside that cave in while Ava flies back down my way. It only takes 2 minutes for me to fully heal and feel ready for another battle. The blue wyvern's eyes below the mountain do not change their solemn state, but they do track Ava and me as we zigzag up the mountain to clear out as many sandworms as we can get our hands on. My ether steps become far more powerful as I drain more and more ether from these worms, and my punches and kicks increase in strength as well. By the time we've traveled almost 50 kilometers up the mountainside, my fists don't even feel pain as I strike the tough outer hide of these demonic creatures. What took minutes of waiting for me to heal and process the divine threads in between battles before has now turned into seconds. I even open up small amounts of my barrier between fights to expose myself to more threads willingly in order to adapt faster. Imbuing mana and divine energy into my strikes gives me even more damage than Ava's hits, shattering their avatars in half from the pure raw force. But I'm not able to maintain these attacks for long. Doing so mid-battle, and having to adapt to the influx of threads from opening my barrier leaves me open to more attacks. I stick with the basic ether-infused attacks for now. A bright 203 shines on my hand as I've collected another 34 second-class demonic sandworm worlds with nearly identical pasts. I can piece the memories of these sandworms together and find that many of them are watched by demons, waiting for large-scale battles to break out on small planets with high demonic energy signatures. Second-class worlds of this size are not great places to nurture demons, but usually, there are monsters that show dominance over their worlds given enough time. Green rifts are placed before their planet's strongest warriors, and they're all brought here to guard this mountain. None of the sandworms are more than 1,000 years old. They must not have lifespans that last very long. Some are even younger than 200 years. The churn rate on these guardian beasts must be fairly quick. Every new world I gain, hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts have their systems mutated, converting their stored demonic energy into an equivalent level, even granting some of them new skills and mana-based buffs and forms they've never had before. I, however, have not received any unique benefits like this yet, though that does not mean I haven't gained significant strength. I have over 10,000 low-quality ether now, a hot green true core, a saturated demon lord's core, and now enough strength to withstand the pressure outside for a few seconds at a time if need be. As we approach the middle portion of the mountain, I sporadically open up my barrier to send out long-range pulses of perception. The demonic orcs and cyclopes that roam the walkways spiraling up to the top of the peak walk about in far more order. I hope that I can gain more insightful details of their existence and system interfaces than the mindless worms. They give off far stronger ether signatures too, and some of their palms have more than just one planet on them. Ava floats down from the sky after killing a final stray sandworm and makes a comment as we step onto a ledge of flat ground. We've entered the middle zone of the central peak. I received an avatar notification of our entry. Once these words leave her lips, many of the nearby marching orcs and cyclopes turn our way as they've received notifications of illegal entry into their zone. While processing the information from the last pulse of perception, I find that not all of these guards are solely demonic beasts. Some of them come back with levels and mana-based skills, a few of them with levels even higher than my own, putting a smile on my face as I reply. Well, get ready for another fight. Maybe you'll reap some rewards this time as well. Kill a few orcs and you'll rank up. In the back of my mind, I still try to process the Noble Guardian's levels at the top of the mountain, but it wears thick black armor, and its avatar gives off extremely strange blocked readings. I can scan many of the lords circling the peaks with ease, but my inspect and appraisal skills are useless when I try to examine the Guardian. It is hard to tell if it is just that we are too far away, and the divine energy in the air is too thick for me to send a proper scan out that far, or possibly our strength gap is really that wide. The latter may be the case. I come to this conclusion because the only reading I can get a decent feel for is its ether stores, and it has a similar overwhelming bright white intensity as the wyvern at the base of this mountain. Chapter 719. High above the green clouds, a meeting between 4 elder warlords plays out. Now, with all of the pieces of the past lining up, Ember begins outlining a plan for them to follow through with in order to take back control of the citadel. Torvak's eyes are wide as Ember finishes his last words. Genius. The demons will never see it coming. Zacian, the Berserker King, starts swinging its blades about and can't stand still, moving in and out of the hologram's view. Oh, I can't wait. It's always a good time when you come back. Asik, the High Orc, nods and keeps a straight face as he replies in a calm tone. Very well, I will notify my men of what's to come. Quite an interesting plan. Many will be fooled, but it will be for the greater good. At this, Ember's gaze shifts over to a surveillance system and sees the main elevator bringing up 6 strange-looking avatars to the top floor where the duel between the demons and warlords played out just a few hours ago. Since then, the entire inner portion of the citadel has been extremely busy. Many lords that have been in hiding for thousands of years have decided to show their faces in support of the ogre conglomeration to celebrate their victory against the 2 first-class demons. Some are old business partners that want to genuinely congratulate Torvak on his win by making a few trades and adding to the Volterra district economy, while others are cockroach lords that want to stay in the know and contribute to any forces that show hints of rising power. In addition to this, more 4th and 5th class customers take the risk and come to the Volterra district because of the sight of a human being publicly accepted by a first-class ogre. This scuffle even inadvertently boosted the business of the High Orcs trading district 2 blocks away, and has many new calls rolling into the Berserker Kings, wondering when they'll host more fighting tournaments or show up in the Grand Citadel next so they can place their bets or contribute extra worlds to their favorite fighters in return for ether dividends indefinitely. Throughout this commotion and the long meeting taking place, scheming, the Citadel Lord has been taking in the scene of the public's perception and has crafted a plan of his own. As the 6 strange avatars walk out into the middle floor, Ember speaks up. It looks like they've made their move. The servants are here to collect their demons. Let the second phase begin. He looks back at the holograms and the 2 lords reply. Understood. We will meet you there. Are their last words as the holograms deactivate. Ember gets up from his seat and moves toward the door, and his world token ticks up from 167 to 169. The exact cause of this being the death of the first 2 demonic sandworms below the citadel is unknown to him, but a grin shows on his face as he walks toward the door. Grab 2 more elixirs for Asik and Zash. They're going to need it. Ember tells Torvak as he walks out the private room's doors and down the hall toward their visitors. A few Red Ogre sales associates greet the incoming 6 avatars, but Ember and Torvak burst out from the back rooms before their conversation starts. Their figures resemble demons, about 5 meters tall, but they are merely servants of the Vermilion family. A large V logo is on each of the strange avatars' backs, and their entire being is glowing a bright green. No real skin or defining facial features are shown on these avatars, and each of them has 25 worlds on their world token, as this is the maximum needed for custom basic avatars like these. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Each of them is a lesser lord from 4th and 5th class worlds that the demons have contracted into slave contracts and given branded avatars to wear and do their bidding. Inside the minds of these identical green demonic forms, one of many races could be at its core. Could be a human, a goblin, an orc, ogre, kobold, wolf, beastman, lizardman, really anything. Even their voices are all the same, using a default demonic avatar voice, so it is truly impossible to know. One of them up front is asking for Torvak, as they want their 2 warriors back and have an urgent message to convey. The blue ogre and red-haired human walk over in a calm manner, and the sales associates step aside while the faceless demonic servant opens up its system interface. Torvak opens his in return to share a secure link for the servant to relay this message. Simultaneously, he sends out requests for the 2 demons to be brought out of their containment rooms and shares the secure message with Ember for him to read as well. Both of them read its content with straight faces, but inwardly excitement builds.
Torvak sends Ember a private chat.
I don't know how you predicted it, but this is exactly right. Ember nods and closes his status while his world token continues slowly ticking up as more battles continue in the mines below. Indeed, we're going to the center of the Citadel. It's time to visit the Lord at the Vermilion Tower. A civil exchange for this invite to the Vermilion Tower and the return of the shattered avatars and melted minds of the 2 first-class demons is followed through. The 6 servants take a fast travel orb away as soon as they've received what they wanted, and not long after, for more white orbs of light travel from major districts to land themselves in front of the largest and tallest tower on the entire Ellipsia Citadel. An enormous glowing V, kilometers tall and wide, shines bright on the building's entrance above an archway that opens up automatically as 4 flashes of white light arrive. The inside of the central tower shines a bright white light as it opens, illuminating the High Orc, Berserker Giant King, Blue Ogre, and Human that stand before it. As the vibrance of the white light fades, rows and rows of lined-up demonic servants line the walls of the entrance with a clear walkway in the middle. It is clear the Citadel Lord wants them to walk forward and follow the designated path. All 4 of them do exactly that, walking into the bright archway and into the central tower. The semicircle doorway closes behind them, and in front of them a few kilometers ahead, the 6 servants holding the large containment cases with the first-class demon avatars walk as well. The white floor moves forward on its own in the center of the room, making each step forward they take tens of times faster than it really feels. In just a few minutes, they've traveled a few dozen kilometers into the tower and left the welcome displays of guards behind. It is truly a massive tower. It's clear they're nowhere near done walking. Despite knowing there is heavy surveillance in this tower, Torvak does as Ember says and tosses both of the first-class lords the elixirs from the black box he pulled from storage earlier, and both drink them in an instant upon realizing what they are. Another 10 minutes or so go by as another 100 kilometers pass walking forward into a seemingly white void of an empty room, and the Orc and Berserker allow the clear liquid they just drank to seep into parts of their minds that haven't been used in over 10,000 years. Eventually, the 6 servants disappear in a flash of light, disappearing from their vision entirely. None of the lords react, and about 2 minutes later, they too disappear in a flash of white light as they hit a transport zone within the tower, and are brought up a few floors into another room that was programmed to welcome guests. As a new massive room with walls and ceilings surpassing hundreds of kilometers in height and width comes into view, near the center of the tower, those within it appear too. The 6 servants they've been following appear a few hundred meters in front, as the walkway beneath them is no longer moving on this floor. The 2 damaged avatars are being inspected by a tall shadowy figure. 3 black and purple demonic dragons flap their wings and fly about in the open air of the white room. The servants disappear in flashes of white light again, and 2 of the demonic dragons flying high above dive down, spewing dark black and purple energy from their mouths directed at the remains of the avatars that have been brought back. The dragons grab their soul-bonded pairs with their front claws and swoop back up into the air. Through the clouds of demonic energy, however, Andrus Vermilion walks out with a jaded expression on his face to stand before the 4 warlords. The majority of his avatar stays concealed by a growing dark cloud of demonic energy that seeps out from his being. None of them speak for a full 30 seconds, nor do they make a move. All that can be heard is the slow flapping wings of the largest demonic dragon in the air. However, the noble demon breaks the silence. The human and the ogre I certainly expected to accept my duel, but to have all of the Citadel's troublemakers in one place. Andrus takes another step forward, and the cloud of darkness shrouding his figure follows while he looks each of the warlords up and down. You lower lifeforms who believe you can challenge the demons will finally know your place. This Citadel power struggle will be over far faster than expected. The family head will certainly look past my minor blunder once I relay the news of your deaths. Chapter 720. For black horns jut out from the demon's forehead, with a purple glossy glint that shimmers when he steps forward. 2 of the horns are far larger and curve upward and over the sides of his head as a natural layer of defense, while the other 2 are centered on his forehead as smaller studs that, from a distance, look like another set of eyes. His height reaches about 10 meters naturally, but the plumes of dark demonic energy following and surrounding him make his stature seem even greater than the Berserker Kings that stand at over 12 meters in height. His jaded eyes look unfazed, but underneath, hatred and excitement burn. The hatred comes from these lower life forms not understanding the difference between them and a noble lord. Just as Andres Vermilion was making a name for himself, and was tasked by the family head himself to welcome another noble lord into the citadel, all of this chaos ensued, threatening his good name. The Ellipsia Citadel is one of 4 major citadels in the green zone of the Upper Realm, and the furthest away from the Grand Citadel. It will be officially owned and dominated by the demons once their next lord arrives. So this is where the demons' excitement comes into play as well. It stops walking forward about 20 meters in front of the line of 4 warlords and looks them up and down. Asik, Zacian, Torvak, and its gaze stops on the tiny, long red-haired human at the end of the line and remembers watching the playbacks of the dueling matches many times over the last few hours, along with the initial duel that started this whole conflict days ago. A human. As these words leave his mouth, the world token on Ember's wrist that has been ticking upward on their whole travel over changes again, and hits 203. Andres watches these numbers change, but his eyes turn to Torvak, supplying a lesser race with first-class worlds. Then he looks at the High Orc, and giving him an illegal avatar to publicly humiliate my men. His eyes pass over the Berserker King with disgust, and he settles back on Torvak. Did our match last week not knock some sense into you? I've been doing you a favor, prolonging your life for thousands of years instead of wiping you off the face of this citadel. The dark cloud of mist surrounding him grows larger, and the demon opens up his system interface in front of him, and the entire room shifts once he presses it. It's like the walls are singing a high-pitched tone, hundreds of kilometers away. The temperature inside even heats up as dense green divine threads flood out from the microspacing in the white walls, floor, and ceiling. Simultaneously, the 2 demonic dragons holding the injured avatars of the first-class demons swoop upward, and 2 small kilometer-long rectangles of ceiling open up to allow the demonic creatures to leave this enormous room. The segmented area of ceiling is open long enough for one's natural perception to reveal the many floors above this one that are not connected to the instant transportation systems. It is solely controlled by the Citadel Lord. Many private training rooms, rejuvenation rooms, and, most importantly, the penthouse suites at the top of the tower overlooking the city are above. As the 2 small rectangles in the ceiling close, every bit of this enormous white room has been coated in a layer of dense green divine energy. Andres opens up his system interface again but speaks to the warlords before him in a condescending tone while he activates a unique feature. Over the years, your minds must have deteriorated too much to still comprehend the true power gap between us. Lower life forms were never meant to rule anything in the upper realm. You may believe your little stunt has ruined my reputation, but you have merely given me the perfect chance to show the Citadel how ruthless the Vermilion family really is. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. A pulse of divine energy comes out from Andres' system as it disappears in front of him, vibrating through the entire room in seconds. At the same time, on the side of every tower that owns a public projection device, a perfectly clear holographic image of this massive dueling room can now be seen. Many shop owners panic at first, as they believe their surveillance and announcement systems are being hacked. However, the sight before their eyes, once they look closer, fills them with awe. Every avatar in the city receives a notification and a free mandatory fast travel trip to the nearest playing of this live recording. The entire Citadel stops what they're doing to watch an enormous demonic dragon flap its wings and swoop down to land right behind the shadowy Vermilion Lord they have all lived under in fear their entire lives. Torvak takes advantage of this moment to answer the demon's earlier question. You're the one that has forced our hand. You say you are sparing our lives, but I say this is no way to live. If you truly seek to overpower us once and for all, commit, try and kill me where I stand. He pulls his massive black soul weapon club from his storage, and it lights up with white and green light, crackling with static electricity. Zacian follows his display by pulling his long swords, almost as long as his entire body, out from his storage and swinging them about. White mist begins to cover his being, and cool wind starts to blow around in the room as his elemental abilities automatically activate upon channeling energy into his blades. The sharp eyes of the Berserker giant king lock onto the demon as he points his blades in the same direction. We're being suppressed here in Ellipsia. We're being cheated and abused in the Grand Citadel too. The Berserker giants are a strong fighting race. We either stand by the side of our allies or declare war out loud and fight to the death with our enemies. This slow torture cannot go on any longer. I shall stand by the ogre conglomeration as an ally. If you wish to seek his death, then you seek mine. The high orc on the far left side of the lineup nods, pulling a dual-bladed axe from his storage. An earthy smell of iron permeates through the room as he lets it hit the floor with a thud, staring forward with an unchanged face. We, the high orcs, shall fulfill the duties of our ancient alliance. Even if our past leaders, the noble Wyvern clan, have been killed by your family head, there is still a power that came before and guided them. The demons may be strong, but history often repeats itself. There is always someone stronger. You shall lose in the end, and I will gladly help to teach you this lesson. Ember smiles inwardly, as these words are nothing but nonsense to many that watch. However, in the growing crowds of lords that line the streets in public places all over the Citadel, a handful of older second-class lords that survived the war understand that all of the odd events in the city recently have not been mere small scuffles and coincidences. The red-haired human just keeps his arms crossed and doesn't take out anything from storage like the others. He just speaks with a confident tone in the direction of the demon. Indeed, there truly is hope for those of you watching. Even a fifth-class human can stand in the same room as first-class higher race lords. This noble demon even looks me in the eyes. This will be a historic event. Times shall change. The room is filled with silence, and tens of millions of lords within the Citadel begin sending more transmissions back and forth than ever before. It's that human, and that blue ogre, the ones that fought those first-class demons in the Volterra district earlier. I told you it was too good to be true. The Citadel Lord is already taking care of them. This is what happens when the little guys like us mess with the business of nobles. But they look so confident. Maybe they could win. Ah, you're kidding. This is a noble demon. They are true gods of this realm. Numbered grade worlds can't even make one bleed. That's what I heard. It's true. I've seen the fights in the Grand Citadel. They don't allow them to fight outside their world class. They say the gap between a first grade and noble world is the same as a fifth to first. It's impossible. Ashi. Speaking of the Grand Citadel, I just tried to send a transmission out there, but my messages are blocked. Me too. Even the fast travel orbs off of Ellipsia are paused. What's going on? We're cut off from the rest of the realm. Is this battle really so important? Of course it is. These are the warlords, the last remaining first-class lords with enough high-grade worlds to hold some influence. It's a battle to the death. We're watching a duel to the death for the Citadel itself. Then, who is that human? I don't know. Many more private conversations spiral out of control as the seriousness of the hologram they're watching sinks in to more and more lords. Meanwhile, Andras grins and looks up in the air, making those watching shiver, while he replies to the warlords who have pulled out their weapons but is truly speaking to the entire Citadel. You have all lived your lives far too freely. With powerful entities running large portions of the Citadel, it seems you have all forgotten that the Vermilion family rules this entire green zone of the upper realm. Today, I will remind you why noble demons are feared by all. A system storage portal opens beside the demon, and out of it, a three-pronged spear materializes. Its base is jet black, and the two sharpened blades at its tip share that same glossy dark coloring. The middle point is an enormous white stone, carved to perfection, nearly the size of an entire human, sharpened to a deadly point. The demon's hand glows with energy, and the spear vibrates while plumes of demonic energy, divine threads, and pure ether flood into it. The crystal at its tip changes its shade to match the eerie aura of the dangerous black cloud surrounding him, and the demon points it forward at the line of warlords. A bright 79,550 glows on his world token beneath the grip of his spear, and his eyes flash with a white light as he prepares to unseal his noble bloodline. You have brought this upon yourselves. In the name of the Vermilion family, I declare an all-out duel. None of you shall leave this room alive, and the entire citadel shall watch your end. In a sense, it is their end as well. This will finally silence the lingering whispers of your dying glory era.